Oh, Riohan, do you know what was well? We're going to be watching an entire Joe Rogan today because it's fucking Rupert Lowe. Oh yeah, I'm going to find all those lurkers and ban them. Hey look, following since 2020, never smoked. That's not a real account. Bam. I'm not. We're watching it. It dropped like 10 minutes ago. We're watching it right now. We're watching the whole thing right now. We're literally watching the whole thing right now. That's all we're doing. That's all we're going to do is watch it. Ah, yes. Okay, chat, I'm here. And what we are going to be doing is we are going to be watching a podcast for like 2 fucking hours. Oh, Frankie, no! Frankie got banned! How? How did Frankie get banned? No! Bro, Frankie's got banned. I've just refreshed his page. He's been banned. It says temporarily. It must have been a copyright. How did he get got for copyright? Fuck me. Anyway, Mailman, Law Power, Titanium, Joe Blah, call me Kurt Angle, Riohan. Big ups, we're here. Well, Frankie got, annoyingly. Literally just dropped like 20 minutes ago. And we're going to watch the whole... It's 2 hours. We're watching the whole fucking thing. We're watching the whole fucking thing. Before that, I will show you the hardest boss in Wu-Chang. Before that, I will show you the hardest boss in Wu-Chang. I've beat this boss once before. It was very difficult. I had to play a big, long war of attrition game with her. She's extremely difficult. And it's going to be difficult fighting her the second time. Oh, what? As you can see, the boss is very fair and balanced and doesn't just continuously combo all of her attacks together in a very unreadable and difficult fashion. It's a very fair and balanced fight. Totally not made by a team of Chinese rip-off artists. No, it's a good game. It's just terrible boss. There's a bunch of them like terrible boss fights. But I'm ready for it. As you can see, it was like my second or third attempt, and we got a halfway. The boss, that took me a lot longer the first time. I'm going to optimize and make my magic do more damage and fuck her over even harder. But are you all ready for this? Because I don't care if you're along for this ride or not. I see this come out a second ago and was like, oh my god, I have to watch this whole thing. You're going to learn a lot today. You're going to learn a lot of not very nice things, America. Okay, so just sit tight.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night.
Okay, you ready?
Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it.
No, it's my pleasure.
And thank you to Brett Weinstein, Jordan Peterson, and Elon Musk for helping connect us.
We are going to see Elon on Sunday, so he's been an incredible support for us.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you want to play the. I'm totally in your hands. I'll follow your lead. But, I mean, he's been helping us because Britain's in bad shape. And
yeah, and that's why you're here. And this is what we're talking about.
Well, the Rape Gang, we've done, we've crowdfunded this.
Okay.
Which I'm very happy to talk to you about. Which I think
just this title of that, Rape Gang Report.
Yeah.
The idea that there's actual rape gangs in the UK in 2026, and is it being ignored? Is it being downplayed? Like, how is it being received by the media and by the politicians over there?
Well, the history of it is that basically, as you probably know, Britain, after the war, decided they were going to play a part in Europe, a bigger part in Europe. Well, our elite did, the British elite. And to do that, they had to basically diminish the power of the nation state, and they had to head towards this European superstate, which is the EU, the genesis of which was obviously an monopoly.
Why did they have to diminish the power of the nation to do that?
Because I think Britain is a proud nation state. We with the American help, we'd won the war, and we hadn't been invaded or conquered, which most of Europe had been. So you'd had mass dislocation in Europe. Huge numbers of people had been dislocated and pushed all over Europe. And I think the socialists, I was in the European Parliament, so I spent a brief time as an MEP, a member of the European Parliament, when we finally achieved, a kind of Brexit. We can talk about that, but it wasn't a proper Brexit. So I think the genesis of the rape gangs, going back to this, was the fact that multiculturalism was the order of the day. They wanted open borders. They wanted a multicultural society. They basically felt the nation state had been the cause of world wars, effectively starting with Napoleon. Then obviously we had the Kaiser, then we had Hitler. And I think they saw it that way, the Monnets, the Spinellis, and the people who constructed the European Union. So to the Rape Gang report, which was your question, ultimately the genesis of that is this multicultural invasion almost of Europe.
Can I pause you for a second? So what you think is that the multicultural invasion, the way it was set up, was on purpose, and it was on purpose to sort of diminish the idea of nationalism?
Yes, I think that well,
so this was like a long plan. So this was something that they must have had to sit down and like, who would be involved in this sort of a discussion where you would be willing to diminish patriotism, diminish this idea that Britain by itself is exceptional and the people are exceptional?
It was a long, deceitful plan. So I always say,
who implemented it?
The European elites in league with our elite, who effectively, if you remember, in 1975 we joined what was called the European Economic Community. It wasn't effectively anything other than an economic union. But that very quickly changed, and effectively they tried to politically integrate Europe. That failed, and then in '97 they tried to force it through with the introduction of the euro. So having failed politically, they tried to do it financially. That was my first foray into standing as a member of parliament to fight to save the British pound, because once you lose your currency, effectively you lose your sovereignty and your national identity. And our gold reserves were going to be shipped out to Germany, to Frankfurt. And we would have become a vassal state, part of the European Union. It would have been irreversible. But in the event, thanks to Sir James Goldsmith, we secured enough votes. We forced the establishment to promise a referendum before they surrendered to the euro. And we ended up saving the pound, which in the end resulted in the referendum in 2016, where the British people voted to take back their sovereignty, which ultimately, I think the establishment always knew that the core, the body of Britain, or body of England in particular, wanted its own accountable parliament in Westminster. It didn't want to be part of an unaccountable European socialist protectionist superstate.
So the quote-unquote elites in Britain and the elites in the United States, it's coordinated with both of them. So
I think less so in America, Joe. I can't speak for America, although when you look at what the Democrats did with US aid and all the stuff that was going on under Joe Biden, you have to wonder whether they began with the World Economic Forum to play a part in this. But I think the post-war plan for Europe was founded on a socialist principle, whereas I think America has always been a very sound, politically based structure, based on obviously, the founding fathers and your constitution, which I always think returns power to the individual and has always understood that the dangers are statist dangers, not individual dangers. So I'm very much in the camp, I like the individual and a minimal state. And I think that's much more in your DNA than it is in the European DNA, which tends to be more statist.
Right. So they did this on purpose, and they brought in people from what country specifically?
Nazi Cripples, big ups. Yeah, I know.
Initially, you got in Britain, you got people from Africa. You got the Windrush generation. So you got a lot of Africans came, ostensibly to fill jobs that they always say the British people don't want to do, and it gathered momentum. It was relatively slow to start with. So you had an influx of people coming to the UK. You had open borders in Europe. So one of the absolute embedded rules they have is this freedom of movement concept. So they don't have effectively national borders. But we still obviously had the channel, but we embraced this and we started this immigration. What happened is it gradually happened, and I think these rape gangs have been going on, or we know they have, for 30, 40, probably 50 years, to a lesser extent. But when Tony Blair got in and he undermined a lot of constitutional sort of historical law, you got an acceleration of immigration from other parts of the world, not just from Europe, but also from other countries, South Asian countries in particular, who came to the UK. And the genesis of the rape gangs really is, I think, the cultural oil and water mix of these people coming from what I call clannish societies in South Asia and coming to very high trust societies such as the one we had and the one you have here, which have taken thousands of years to develop. So they're high trust societies where, Lee Kuan Yew based Singapore on post-war Britain, where you had honesty boxes for newspapers in London, and you had a country that was completely at peace with itself. So it won the war, it respected peace, it respected freedom, and people were rebuilding their lives, having fought a Second World War to free Europe from sort of, in this case, Germany. Previously, we'd done it at Waterloo when we relieved Europe of the French with Napoleon. So it really accelerated after '97 when a lot of the legislation that Tony Blair and his cohorts passed, such as the Human Rights Act, which embeds within it the ECHR, he created the Supreme Court, they passed laws like the Equalities Act, and there are a raft of other legal acts they passed which effectively empowered a multicultural society, which in some ways I think damaged the interests of the British people. So.
And you think this is on purpose. And this is my point, is what is the benefit for them to be joined up with the rest of Europe? Is it just purely financial? Is it a power-based strategy where if you can diminish the quality of life for people and institute more laws and put more restrictions on them, you can control them easier, and it's less pushback for the politicians, less pushback for the people that are in charge?
Basically, yes. I think it's the age-old battle between individualism and collectivism. So I think the EU is a collectivist construct, whereas I think Britain, as it was under our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, which, as you probably know, our Bill of Rights in 1689, a lot of that was lifted by your founding fathers who embedded it within the US Constitution. So, and that embeds freedom of speech, it embeds the individual, it embeds all of the rights that I think make the Anglo-Saxon world great.
So how did it deteriorate to the point where they're arresting 12,000 people a year for social media posts?
Joe, it's shocking. And this is why I have got involved in politics. I've been involved in politics since I fought the Maastricht Treaty and then stood, as I said, in 97. I did a lot for Business for Sterling, a lot for Vote Leave. Then I stood for the Brexit Party and I was elected there. So I've been fighting this march towards an unaccountable state which effectively rewards collectivism and punishes individualism, to the extent that now I find myself at the age of 68 as an MP running a party called Restore Britain to try and reverse this tide, to re-empower the individual, to return to our original constitution, and to protect the interests, above all else, of the British people, to whom I think government should be accountable.
Do they still have that kind of unchecked immigration? Is it currently ongoing?
We still have illegal migrants arriving by boat. They can't be under the current laws and treaties that we're part of. They're not being deported. The judges, thanks to the creation of the Supreme Court, they are now a quango, a woke quango. I think a lot of our judiciary is corrupt. So the answer to your question is we still have illegal migration, and we have people living in Britain illegally. We have a lot of foreign prisoners in our prisons, and we have people who've come in under various waves of immigration. One of which, the biggest of which, was probably under Boris Johnson, who was actually a Conservative Prime Minister, who allowed thousands, hundreds of thousands of people to come into Britain. And basically, they are now a burden to the British taxpayer. So the answer to your question is they're arriving illegally still. They're living here illegally, or living in Britain illegally still. We've got foreign criminals in our prisons, and we've still got the legacy of this huge amount of immigration which took place.
And are a large percentage of these people receiving welfare from the British government?
Yes.
What percentage?
Well, most of the people who arrive, they're all supported, Joe. I mean, they're put in hotels.
So immediately, as soon as you get there?
In Parliament, I see the contracts. Thanks to my parliamentary questions, I'm allowed to ask questions and scrutinise the contracts for instance, the Bibby Stockholm was a boat which cost the British taxpayer £1.5 billion.
Facts.
It's actually now lying redundant and not being used. But I've seen the contracts for these illegal migrants in terms of the laundry services they get,
Facts.
in terms of the taxi services they get, in terms of the food they require. I mean, literally, it is like it's like staying in a very comfortable hotel. And we've now got these people being settled all across our country.
How many?
In hotels. Well, I don't think the government knows, Joe, in answer to your question. I don't think they know how many people are living in Britain illegally.
Was it the similar situation that America had over the last 4 years where on the low number, they think it was 10 million people came in, which is insane. It's an insane amount of people to come in 4 years.
Well, we think there's enough work to do initially to detain and deport people who are arriving illegally. I mean, to my mind, illegal means illegal.
Right.
So it's fairly straightforward. To the people who are arriving illegally, people living here illegally, the foreign criminals, there's plenty of work to do to remove them from Britain. And then I think we need to turn our attention, and that's in our mass deportation document. I've given you a copy of that, which effectively sets out the constitutional reasons why we have a problem, how we correct those constitutional issues, and how we then practically detain and deport the people who aren't supposed to be here. And once we've done that, we'll then turn our attention to people who are living in Britain, to your point, who are on welfare, who are going to cost the taxpayer a fortune for the rest of their lives probably, who aren't working, who are culturally different to us, who have a different view of their religion to the Christian religion, and are increasingly living in small groups of people who haven't integrated, who are living under Sharia law and who have their own courts. And who
They have their own court.
They have their own courts, Sharia courts, yes. A parallel legal system.
Okay, so it's an unrecognized by the British government parallel legal system that exists inside of England.
It's tolerated.
Tolerated.
It's tolerated.
So they're aware of it.
Yeah.
Facts.
And they're aware of the punishments that this court dishes out.
It's rather like they're policing their own people under their own laws.
And they're just allowing that.
They're allowing that, yeah. Whoa. Now I believe, I don't know about you, but I believe if you come to our country, you should live under our laws.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, the idea of the United States in particular is a melting pot. And, people come from all over the place, and it's one of the cool things that there's all these different cultures. But there's certain cultures that if you allow them to come into your community and then they institute the laws of the country where they came from, you're going to have a real problem. Like, they don't live the way you live. They don't have the same respect for women that you have. They don't treat them the same way. They don't allow dogs. Like, there's a lot of
That's right.
stuff that a lot of people might not even be aware that come with that problem.
There are signs in London in certain areas you'll see sometimes with Arabic writing and then English with a picture of a dog with a cross through it. Muslim areas. Nah, it's going to be too... I've seen a bunch of them. I've seen a bunch of them, trust me.
The idea is supposed to be that Western society is inclusive and progressive because we're intelligent and educated and we care. But you can care so much that you let in criminals, and then you give those criminals all your money, and then the criminals can take over your country slowly but surely. So, and this is no one thinks that's a possible thing. No, people look at the Colosseum, you look at ancient Greece, and they think, wow, I wonder what happened to those guys. What do you think happened? Probably the same shit that's happening right now to England, the same shit that could have happened to America. Civilizations fall apart for various reasons. And one great way to get them to fall apart is to bring in a bunch of people, and they don't have to follow your laws, and they bring the laws of, wherever they're from, whatever fundamentalist religion country they're from, where they have a bunch of crazy laws that are kind of archaic.
Well, this is Sharia law, Islamic law, as you probably know. I mean, again, to your point, I think the best example I can give people of what happens if you do that is when Lebanon got its independence in 1948, they were a Christian country, and they were a very confident country. They were they had the best universities. They had a very open society. I never went to Beirut. I don't know if you went to Beirut, but Beirut in the 60s was meant to be the best place on earth to be. Great wine, freedom, very enlightened. It was lots of people were there. The minute that the Muslim population went over about 15%, you started to get a problem with a civil war. You got the Druze and Maronite Christians in a civil war with the Muslims, and now Lebanon is a Muslim
Is that
country.
true, Nasty Fripples?
And Hezbollah, backed by Iran, is effectively running the show. So to your point, I couldn't agree more. And the Rape Gang report, which we've written, was crowdfunded by 20,000 concerned English people who we raised. Not a huge amount of money. We raised about £600,000 in varying quantities people gave, and we did it because the government will not have a statutory inquiry. So our government, and particularly the Labour Party, have been presiding over this because it goes to
Facts.
the Muslim bloc vote. So we have in the UK a system of postal voting.
And because within the Labour Party especially, members of the party, again, politicians, not councillors in the northern towns, Muslim politicians and councillors are involved. It's not just that it's a voting block. There's people in the party that are directly involved. Fucking kiddie fiddling Muslim scum.
And in a lot of the inner cities and the places where these Islamic populations live, they are or have historically voted Labour. That's beginning to change. They're beginning to vote for Muslim
Greens.
independence now. And I sit with some of them at the back of Parliament.
And independence.
So effectively, this inquiry we did, we set out with a completely unbiased view of what we would find. And we did it because we were pushing the government to have a statutory inquiry. And a lot of the reason I got involved in it was I think it was Elon Musk who triggered. He talked about it because a lot of people in the UK, I don't think, know the extent to which this has been happening and the length of time it's been happening for.
This episode is brought to you by OnX Off-Road. Ever wonder how to reach these epic mountain lakes? They're tucked away, dispersed campsites. With OnX Trails, maps, and other expert offline tools,
To be an
like why don't people know about
Well,
this?
it's a total failure of the media because the media are supposed to be an independent body that holds to account failures of the state. And it's basically because this block vote through the postal voting system, which needs to be changed, is effectively or has been keeping the Labour Party in power. So they've put power ahead of principle. And in the report, we cover this. We've covered the reasons why it's so serious. And to your point, we even cover, as you quite rightly say, the fact that dogs are not liked by the Islamic faith, largely because Muhammad liked cats, he didn't like dogs. And what we wanted to do was interview victims, which we did. We did it properly. It took us over a year. We had a rape gang victim, Sammy Woodhouse, who led it. She's got a child by her rapist. And we had a team of people, and we literally produced the witness bundles, and we listened to the witnesses, and then we had a 2-week hearing in London where people gave evidence, and we had a proper barrister who effectively presided over it and then helped us write the report. It's effectively Graham Smith, the barrister, did a fantastic job. And we didn't start out with any preconceived ideas. It started because we read some court transcripts of some of the people who've been found guilty of this, which the government, by the way, has tried to keep quiet. Some of the historical court transcripts disappear. So we've been calling for these transcripts to be kept now. We've actually tried to make a noise about that. And the more we read this and the more we carried on with the rape gang inquiry, the more it became clear to us that obviously there's a link between this power and the abuse and grooming and if you like, damage that was done to white working class English girls. And it does go, and in the report we've looked at the reasons why, to your point, there is a cultural difference of opinion between an open, high-trust Christian view of women particularly and the Islamic view of women, which is all in the report. So, for instance, as you probably know, if a woman accuses somebody of rape, and a lot of these Muslims come from Pakistan, Joe. They're predominantly Pakistan, and they're predominantly from one part of Pakistan called Mirpur.
Yeah.
There are some from Bangladesh, there are some from Somalia, there are some from Eritrea. There are other Muslim countries that perpetrate some of this. And of course there are white people who perpetrate rape as well, but nothing on the scale of this. This is quite horrific. And
it's friends as well.
Effectively,
obviously, the
this.
thing is, in the UK, the majority of like paedophiles and child abuse is white people because of the demographics. But It's the vast majority is lone people operating alone. It's not groups of men that are friends and often family members. That's the other thing. A lot of these guys are friends, and some of them will be brothers, dads, uncles, cousins, all raping the same white girl. Facts. Fact.
Part with this report in the government saying that they're going to have now a statutory inquiry, because we didn't have any statutory powers to be able to force people to appear at our hearing. They all appeared voluntarily. The government can actually force people legally to appear. They can actually make it a legal requirement that people attend. We couldn't do that. But there had been reports in the past. There was the Jay report in 2014, and there's been the Casey report, all of which confirmed that this was happening, and the state still continued to try and pretend it was just happening in a small number of siloed areas where you obviously had a high Islamic population. The state has equally failed to collect data on the crimes that are perpetrated, so the ethnicity of the people who are perpetrating the crimes, and from there you can extrapolate, once you've got the data, as to whether or not you've got an extraordinary problem in one particular section of society. And again, using my parliamentary questions, I've been forcing
that's how you correctly use the word extrapolate, by the way.
We discovered that a lot of the data that should be being collected by the police particularly, by the National Health Service, by social services, a lot of the data has not been properly collected. Possibly because the state does, I think, know that this is happening, but they don't want to admit that their multicultural experiment, which, as you probably know, famously Enoch Powell warned would fail with his speech, the Rivers of Blood speech, for which he was heavily criticised. So I think they do know, but they don't want to admit it. They don't want to be called racist. They don't want to, and this has permeated the whole of British society since Tony Blair. People are frightened to be accused of effectively being biased and white. And we're taught about things, as you probably, I don't know whether you have it here, unconscious bias and all of the other sort of what I call woke DEI-driven rubbish, which has permeated Britain in the same way. I think it may have originally come from you guys, but it's certainly had a huge effect on us.
I think it had a great grip on us for a few years, and it's lessened its hold.
Well, thanks to the Donald. Yeah.
Yeah, that helped a lot. And I think a big part of it was Elon buying Twitter, where you got legitimate free speech, and which is, again, back to this 12,000 people getting arrested each year for social media posts.
I like
recently.
that poem by him. Is it called If? Nasty Cripples?
How is that tolerated?
One of my dad's
I just
favorites.
don't understand how people aren't. I was about to say up in arms, but that's also part of the problem, is that no one's armed over there.
Well, I have actually got some guns, Joe, because I have a farm. So when you come to the UK, I hope you'll come and shoot some pheasants with me. But
if you don't have a farm,
well, if you don't have a farm, you'll find it very difficult to get a gun of any kind. And even if you have a farm, so Reform tried to politically assassinate me in 25, early 25, and made false accusations about me threatening to hit one of the Zia Yusuf in a meeting, and somebody was saying I went around Parliament saying I was a very good shot and I was going to shoot Zia Yusuf. I mean, as if you believe that, I've got a completely clean record. I employ lots of people, I have lots of businesses, and I've never had an issue. But listen, 4 armed police turned up, took all my guns away. I mean, and I'm a member of Parliament. I said to them, guys, you could have just called me up and we could have talked about it, but no. They turned up.
Just from an accusation.
9:30 at night. Left at 11:45. We got them on the cameras. Took all my guns, all my ammo, and it took me 5 or 6 months to get them all back. But look, so
Welcome
they
to
don't
England,
want
guys.
the public to have guns, and they are doing their very best to damage the shooters who perfectly legitimately like to go and shoot clay pigeons, who like to go and shoot game, who like to go and hunt. Effectively, they're trying to make that very difficult through the licensing laws for guns. As you probably know, they banned handguns.
The 90s, right?
In the late 90s, because there was a murder.
Dunblane.
Dunblane.
One murder.
One murder. So everybody. My father used to shoot pistols for Oxford University, and he's dead now, bless him. But he had all his pistols were taken away. The pistols he used to shoot with at Oxford University. I mean, we now have a society which needs radical change, and we need to release the individual. And to your point on social media posts, there was a lovely lady, Lucy Conley, who was locked up for 32 months for just a very emotional social media post, which she deleted after 4 hours, about the Southport killings, where this chap, Axel Rudakabana, went and knifed 3 young girls and killed them, despite the fact that the British state, through Prevent, was aware of this. And we've had a similar case recently with Henry Novak, where...
What he's saying is that the state knew this guy was a fucking psycho and still did nothing about it and just let him out, hanging out in the public. They knew he was like looking at fucked up shit and was threatening to do something like this or had intention to do something like this. They knew all about this guy and didn't act on it.
Again, it was actually, I think on this occasion, a Sikh stabbed him, and the police, despite the fact when they arrived at the scene, he told them he'd been stabbed. The police didn't believe him, and they tried to handcuff him.
They did handcuff him, bro.
And as a result of that, it's arguable that they opened up the wound, the stab wound, and he drowned in his own blood. Meanwhile, his murderer was never handcuffed.
Treated
so
nice.
This is where the British state's gone completely wrong. So instead of one law for everybody and one policing for everybody, this sort of view that the white population is racist, which I don't personally believe them to be, I think Britain is a very tolerant country.
Do you think that this perspective that society has sort of adopted in the UK about white people being bad, do you think this was, there was architecture to it? This was by design? That this was done? Or is this just a natural response to people being called racist? Because of course in the past there was more racism than there is today, and people always want to point to that racism as, you know, evidence of colonialism, evidence of whatever it is that happened in days past. But why in England do you think that narrative took hold so well?
Because I think, Joe, to your point, that this post-war plan for multiculturalism, I think they realized that
it was by design.
They've got a problem.
So part of it was probably infiltrating the universities and promoting these kind of ideas.
It's almost as if with the World Economic Forum, there's this view that the Anglo-Saxon nations have commanded and dominated too much of the world's resources, and there's almost like this misguided altruistic view that we should become more concerned with global welfare rather than the welfare of our own citizens, which I totally disagree with.
Well, there's also the "you will own nothing and you will be happy."
This is your Klaus Schwab,
which is hilarious. That someone would even say that out loud.
I know.
You will own nothing and you will be happy. Like, is this a part of an Orwell book? Because this doesn't seem like a real person would say something like that. Because who the fuck is going to listen to that? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, George Orwell has been rather accurate in some of his
dead on. He was
predictions.
actually pretty optimistic. Like his version of the world was, a little bit more palatable than what we're dealing with right now.
Interesting man, old Etonian, fought in the Spanish Civil War. I mean, he was a very quirky Englishman who clearly had a hugely prescient foresight, and I think probably certainly like me, he had a healthy disrespect for what I call collectivist statism, and he was very much an individual and a believer in the individual.
It's really interesting because when I first read that book was in high school, and I kept thinking like, what a crazy
phenomenal.
This has never happened.
I've read both 1984 and Animal Farm.
What a crazy world this guy's created in his imagination of things going completely haywire. And then
1984 is incredible.
As time goes on, that's totally possible. It's totally possible that things can get that ridiculous. I mean, when you're dealing with, biologically male athletes that compete against women because they identify as a woman and use women's locker rooms, all the craziness that we deal with today, the open border situation, No one's illegal on stolen land. Hey, fuck off. Like, what are we doing? Like, what is this?
Well, it's almost as if we're subverting all the things that made us great.
Yeah, and you know, there's nothing wrong with immigration, but it's probably a good idea to make sure someone's not a fucking murderer before you let them in. Like, the idea that there should be no border at all is like, if the world was perfect, that sounds wonderful. If the world was perfect, everybody paid their taxes and everybody followed the laws, why have borders? Clearly, it's not perfect. You know, go to Pakistan, go to Karachi, go hang out, go down the street as a woman in a miniskirt and see how that works out. Go to some places
again,
in the
Joe,
world.
this is you're quite right. I mean, Pakistan is I think the
a wild place.
example of a rogue state, basically, and I think their view of, as you say, women who dress in ways other than the ways of Sharia, i.e. totally covered.
Yes.
And again, it's all in various of the hadiths, which we quote in the Rape Gang report. They are considered to be meat. And this is something I've never understood. How do you square this circle of this sort of clannish, backward-looking culture which comes to a highly open, high-trust society and then embeds itself within that society and undermines everything that we've achieved over 1,000 years?
And acknowledging that is somehow or another racist. Acknowledging that some cultures are superior is somehow or another racist. But by just understanding human rights, understanding the rights of individuals to be free, to not be subjected to other people's archaic laws. And this is, look, a lot of cultures in this world live as people lived thousands of years ago. No one in the United States wants to live as people lived thousands of years ago. No one. And this is not a racist thing. Like, you should be able to come over here and practice whatever religion you want. But if your religion has rules that violate the laws that we've all agree are just and fair, then you're not integrating. And if you take over a whole town, and now that town is subject to these archaic laws, we've got a problem. And if you let that problem get bigger and bigger, they take over the country. And that's an actual possibility for certain countries. And we have to recognize that civilization is not as sturdy as we like to think it is. It's kind of flimsy in a lot of ways. A few bad things can happen, and things can go sideways quite quickly.
Well, I think liberty is very fragile, isn't it? Ultimately, if you don't protect liberty, you lose it.
Right.
It was Margaret Thatcher who was very strong on this.
And you have to have laws.
You
to
have to have
protect
laws,
liberty.
but what you also have to have is everyone should be equal under the law.
Yes.
And to your point, I couldn't agree more. I mean, Britain used to be a very tolerant society. So, for instance, Europe was very anti-Semitic. Britain was never anti-Semitic. We used to welcome a lot of Jews and Protestants from Europe who were being persecuted, particularly in France with the Protestants. So we were a very tolerant society, but the people who came integrated and they contributed. And that is the essence, I think, of sensible immigration. So it should be limited, targeted, and it should be only people who accept your religion and your culture and your laws.
But what do you do, though, if someone comes over here and then they're not violating laws? They're not violating any laws. They achieve citizenship, but then they start bringing over more and more people and then start instituting Sharia law. What do? Do you deport them all? Like, how do you, like, this idea of having all these people, recognizing how many people got in illegally, deporting them, mass deportations, deporting criminals. It all sounds great until you talk about actually implementing it. Like, how do you do that? How are you doing that? Are you going to knock on people's doors and pull them out of their homes and ship them back to where they came from? Like, well, how do you do that?
I think the first thing you do is you stop them coming across.
Okay, well,
the
how
channel.
many?
They shouldn't be coming anywhere under international
estimate?
law because they're traveling across safe countries, so they shouldn't be coming.
What's the estimate of the amount of illegal immigration that you have in Britain?
It's almost impossible to say how many people are living there illegally or living with us illegally. But in our paper, I mean, we
few million
think
at least.
Sort of 1.8 to 2 million people probably. That's our estimate. But people arriving, we know how many are arriving. There's a lot arriving.
There's
every
so
day,
many.
Particularly when the sea is calm.
How many arrive every day?
They're coming. Well, it can vary.
Thousands.
I mean, you can get 1,000 in a day. You can get if the sea's rough, you get none, because obviously they suffer if they try and cross in little overcrowded dinghies that they can't get across. But we're paying the French over £500 million a year to try and stop it. That, I think, is not happening. And as a result of that, our border patrol picks them up, gives them bottles of water, brings them in, and settles them in hotels and pays them welfare. They become, and then they apply for residency, and they say they're asylum seekers. I argue most of them are economic migrants. But our woke culture is not protecting the interests of the British people.
And it's also a massive incentive. If you live in a terribly poor country and you can just get to England and then instantaneously you will get money and housing.
That's right.
Why would you not do that?
Well, not only that, you go to the top of the waiting list for dental treatment, which British people don't get. The NHS,
What?
you go to the top of the waiting list.
Wait a minute. They get access to dental treatment that the British people don't get?
Correct.
Why? Why do immigrants get access to it?
Well, this, Joe, is the mystery of what our leaders, I don't know what they think they're doing, but they have this misguided view that these people are actually, they call them asylum seekers. They say they need to be looked after and protected. They're not. They're economic migrants. And to your point, if they know there's welfare when they reach Britain, they'll travel across multiple safe countries to get to the welfare, the free housing,
Yeah, of course.
and all the other stuff. So, and then unless you deal with issues like the rape gangs and you force them to adhere to UK law and respect our laws, our culture, and our religion, they gradually set up their own cultures and with their own laws, as I said, and there are large tracts of the country now where we've got these Islamic settlements which effectively operate almost as a sort of parallel society. I don't know whether it's quite the same here, whether you've got the similar thing with the Somalis in Minnesota.
You do in Dearborn, Michigan. Dearborn, Michigan just had a gigantic Islamic parade where you just see tens of thousands of people holding flags and walking on the street, and
Yeah.
it's kind of crazy. It's crazy. And they've also, one of the things that's funny about Dearborn is all the progressives, it's a very liberal place. They're like, welcome, everyone's welcome for all cultures. And as soon as they got into power, they banned the pride flag. That was the first thing they did.
Well, I'm afraid they have quite strong views on that sort of thing.
Oh yeah, that's why Queers for Palestine is always hilarious. And then you see the meme Palestine for queers, and it's throwing people off roofs. It's
it's like the chap who runs our Green Party is a gay Jew. So I mean, he's going to have a problem if these guys get anywhere near power. But
Yeah.
that doesn't seem to put the progressives off. They still seem to.
But this is what's crazy, is that their society is Islamic society is completely patriarchal. The women are absolutely second-class citizens.
Yes.
They have completely different laws for how the women can dress. What happens to the woman if someone has sex with? If someone has, first of all, if they commit adultery, they can be killed,
stoned to death.
Yeah, and I watched a horrible video where a father did it to his daughter.
Yes, well, you
happens.
You do get these killings.
Honor killings.
Honor killings.
Yeah, or brothers. The brother will kill the daughter if the daughter shamed the family.
Yes.
It's like, hey,
Imagine
guys,
that.
How are you progressive?
Imagine that.
When you're supporting
Imagine
this? And
that.
It's because
Imagine that. A girl is 17, 18, 19, and she's like, there's been what's named to marry this one specific guy, but she goes out and she sleeps with some other dude that she likes in the city one night. She's 18, she's becoming a woman, and the family find out, and there's all this fucking drama, and then sometimes, like he just said, her own father or her own uncle, okay, will then kill them. Sometimes they will stone them to death. Yeah? Sometimes they rape them first, and then they stone them to death. We are not the same. We are not the same.
concept of not being racist, not being called racist, the fear of that is so strong. They're willing to adopt all sorts of things that are the complete antithesis of everything they believe in.
Well, in the UK, I don't know if you have it here, but the Me Too movement, it fascinates me that they never seem to say anything about these, what I call clannish, tribal cultures who
I
have
believe
a
it,
completely
Mailman.
different view of women.
Yeah.
And to your point, again, in our report, a woman, if she accuses in Pakistan a man
FGM, Nasty
of
Fripples.
rape, she has to have 4 male witnesses who actually have to witness and swear that they've seen her being penetrated by the rapist. And you've actually got women in prison because if she can't prove that she's been raped under those rules, then she can be sent to prison. And there are many women languishing in Pakistani prisons for that very reason. And this is the sort of extraordinary cultural oil and water which just doesn't mix, Joe.
Well, it's also the mental gymnastics that you have to accept that as a part of Britain. And because you're progressive is really crazy. It just shows how these ideologies, these cult-like ideologies can completely defy logic, completely defy common sense, and just you have a set of rules that you're supposed to adhere to. If you deviate from those rules, you're a racist. You don't want to be a racist, right? Then everyone's welcome.
As you say, it's honor killings, it's tribal.
Yeah.
It's your first loyalty is to your
Exactly,
your tribe,
Mailman.
your family.
They're the ones voting
not
for it all.
to your
Fact.
host country who's actually got their own laws. There are all sorts of hadith rulings which they can use to justify it. I mean, for instance, if they rape a white girl, that doesn't count in their view of life as adultery.
Doesn't count.
So they are effectively taught that a girl who doesn't dress as they would dress is meat to be abused, and they have these extraordinary sort of cultural views
You see
that are completely incompatible, in my view, with a society like ours, where we are a matriarchal society which respects women. I think we have grown to respect women. Obviously, they've now got an omnipotent position within our society, certainly in the UK. I'm sure it's true here too, and quite right. They play a part in our society. They're a very, very important part of everything.
Big ups, Vikes, they do.
But again, under
I see it.
the Islamic code, I think that the Muslims are frightened of female sexuality. It's all there. And as you know, you get FGM, female genital mutilation. So these cultures, I think, Joe, and to your point, are just incompatible unless you have a very strong government which basically protects its electorate from any subversive behavior which is not compatible with our values.
You keep using the term meat. Is that how they actually refer to it as?
That's how they consider it. Yeah.
What do they say? Like how are they?
Well, it's in our report. That there was actually I think it was.
Is it a translation of?
I think Thomas Jefferson actually. It's in our report. Asked the Barbary pirates about the way in which they treated their slaves and their women.
Why do you do that?
Particularly slaves. They just also slavery is accepted within Islamic countries. So I think they have their own codes. They have their own terms of reference, and there is a quote in there. I'd have to look at the report to give it to you, but where one of them does liken white girls not dressing as Muslim girls dress, and he does liken it to meat.
Jesus.
And that is an analogy he used. So I mean, yeah, I think that's what they think.
This rape gang inquiry report that you have just released, the number. I want you to say it because it sounds so crazy. If I say it, it's going to sound wrong. What the number of people that were victims, the estimate?
Well, we've estimated that a minimum of 250,000 rapes have taken place. It's probably much more, Joe. Because
Much more,
we published in here, I think it's a list of 147 parts of the UK where this is happening. Now, the government tries to tell you it's happening in Rochdale, Oldham, one or two, Bradford, one or two centres, and that's why their statutory inquiry, the terms of reference of that, have now been downgraded. So they make it look as if it's not a systemic problem, but just a little local problem, which it isn't. So we've listed here, and they're all in here, the places where we know it's happening from our rape gang inquiry. But every time we publish this, Joe, I get people emailing us or sending us messages on social media to say, what about Red Ruth in Cornwall? What about, it's happening here, it's happening here, it's happening here. So I think it's incredibly widespread. And there's other people who've corroborated that 250,000 figure. That's an incredibly conservative figure. You can't be exact because the state is not collecting the data, which they should be doing. And we've been lobbying in Parliament to make sure that the state's collection of the data improves. And then we can actually see the extent of the problem, and you can actually pinpoint it in the same way that we've done it in this report. So this is, I think it's linked to organised crime. I think it's linked to the drug trade. I'm pretty sure it's linked to the drug trade, and obviously it's linked to prostitution. So as usual, with an evil like this, and you've got girls who are transported around in the back of pickups and in cages, and at our rape gang inquiry, we had examples of girls who were raped by dogs and filmed, either anally raped or vaginally raped. And literally watched, filmed, and a lot of it's about servitude and about, there's other stories in here about women having to lick the feet of their rapists. It's about power, it's about servitude, and it's about the fact that Muslim men are taught to believe that they are superior, not only to women, but they're superior to people like yourself and myself, who are considered to be, if you like, the infidels. And their job is to effectively spread Islam and effectively punish the infidel. And as you probably know, in the Crusades, if you lost to Saladin and you were a Knights Templar, a Crusader, you had two choices. You either converted to Islam or they killed you. And in the case of a lot of these girls, a lot of them were made pregnant. They were impregnated, and they then had to convert to Islam. Some of them were trafficked to Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, other parts of the world. So look, I mean, this is a massive national scandal, and I'm hoping, now I'm an MP, we've written this report, and this should stimulate debate. We've sent a copy of this on a PDF to every MP, and we're going to send this printed copy to all of them as well. Because everybody in power should look at this, and they should start to correct it immediately.
You use the term, or the term is used, rape gang. Why are you saying gang? And this is an organized practice?
Yes.
So it's not
gangs of men,
Islamic
often friends, family members.
It's that they go out in gangs,
raping the same girls.
These are properly organized gangs who are grooming and abusing young girls as young as 10 or 11, and then literally trafficking them around the country. We know that from the testimonies we've had. So originally, when I went into Parliament, I was elected late. So I was elected in July 24. So at the tender age of 67. We heard them being referred to as Asian grooming gangs, which I think is a misnomer because it's unfair on, for instance, the Japanese or other Asian cultures who don't do this. So when thanks to Elon Musk, we actually did, and as you're quite right, thanks to him giving us a free speech platform, and Facebook's thankfully followed as well, so he's led the charge through his purchase of what was Twitter. So when I gave a speech in Parliament where I said they're not Asian grooming gangs. I'm going to call them what they are. They're Pakistani Muslim rape gangs. So I said this in Parliament. So Jamie better drag it up if he goes on to the, because everything goes into Hansard. And I gave this speech, and it caused shock in the House of Commons. Now, look, I'm not the smartest kid on the block, but what I do in Parliament is I tell the truth. So, I'm only interested in telling the truth and getting to the truth and changing the way in which we govern. That's what I've gone into Parliament for. I haven't gone into this. I give my parliamentary salary to charity.
Just my
I'm a reasonably successful person who's lived his life. I've been chairman of a football club. I don't know if you're interested in Premier League football, but I was chairman of Southampton, so I built the stadium for Southampton. I used to play competitive hockey, and I built up the youth academy at Southampton. I loved, the best day of my life was when we got to the cup final in 2003. We lost 1-0 to Arsenal, but it was the most amazing experience for everybody. So look, I'm not doing this because I want necessarily to be doing it. I'm doing it because somebody's got to do it. And if we're going to change Britain, we've got to get the public to buy into what we're doing. And as I say, I'm not a classic politician. I'm not saying you've got to vote for me. I'm saying that we've got to change Britain by 29, or I think the country, from what I can see, is in terminal decline. So I sit on the Public Accounts Committee. I see the waste. I see the unaccountability. I see the way in which the civil service does not serve the people which it's supposed to serve. I see our debt rising to nearly 100% of GDP. I see massive misallocation of procurement on our weapons. I see fraud in the judiciary. I see all the things that...
Sounds like you're talking about America.
Well, I'm talking about Britain at the moment, Joe. But
it seems like it's a widespread problem.
Well, I actually think America under Joe Biden probably was as bad as that. And if you look at what Elon and the boys uncovered with US aid and all the misallocation of taxpayer funds all over the world, a lot of it to England. Some of it came to woke causes in England. Mm-hmm. So look, whoever the architects of this are, whether it's the World Economic Forum, whoever they are, whether it's the Bilderbergers, whether it's the Council on Foreign Relations, whether it's whatever malign influence is trying to do this,
I think so too. Garbage gamer.
So I
think it is going to take. Sadly, it will come to
reverse it.
violence.
I've run multiple
eventually.
businesses
because it is too embedded in all of our societies.
So I know about finance, and
I don't want it to come to that. I've got
fucking
kids and shit.
Doing whatever I can to reverse this for the British people, but they've got to.
I don't see voting is going to be enough.
Are there people that are in denial that this is happening?
They're going to do too much to stop it.
Problem is real.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. Labour.
And what do they say?
Well, Labour just tries to look the other way.
But when confronted by the numbers, what is their response?
Well, we've been demanding a statutory inquiry, and in the end, we crowdfunded this.
Right. What is their response to that?
Well, their response to this has been pretty muted, to be frank. I mean, the BBC haven't covered it at all.
Really?
A national monopolistic broadcaster, paid for by a compulsory fee, have not covered this as a matter of public interest, nor of Sky. Nor properly of the Daily Telegraph. GB News have covered a tiny. Patrick Christie's covered one evening of it. Now this is a massive national scandal that deserves a complete and utter airing.
How does the BBC justify not discussing this?
Well, the BBC is part of our problem, Joe. So to your point about the Democrats, the BBC is a deeply malign organisation. So it was set up to inform, educate, and entertain. And it was set up by a man called Reith. And Reith was a highly principled man. And I think at the time it was set up in the 20s, it probably did have a role. But in the digital age, where most of the young people no longer watch their news on the BBC, they get their news from whatever their favourite news channel is, I mean, whether it's Breitbart, whoever they go and get it from, they get it from somewhere else. But if you want to watch sport, or you want to, basically have your TV, you have to pay the TV license.
This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp.
Hell no.
Summer is great, isn't it? It's the perfect season for adventures. But it can also have some slash, particularly exists in America. There's a certain subset of our society, a large percentage of our society, particularly older people, that things are not legitimate unless they're discussed in corporate media. And that if it's not in the New York Times, if it's not on CNN, if it's not, fill in the blank, then it can't be completely legitimate. It has to be a fringe thing. It has to be a conspiracy thing. They still need these these sort of legacy establishments to give them the news, because that has been the way they grew up. That has been how they were trained.
Yep.
And in their mind, they don't understand the internet completely. They don't go on Twitter. And so all that stuff to them is it's just too fringe. So that's always going to be a problem. And if someone like the BBC doesn't cover this stuff, for a lot of people that are woefully ignorant, they can still kind of claim that ignorance and dismiss it because the BBC isn't covering it.
That's exactly right. I mean, that's a very good summary, because the BBC historically was totally trusted, and their news bulletins were designed, as I say, to be impartial completely. And being a public sector broadcaster, their job was to cover matters like this and create debate. But as we know, monopolies go bad. I mean, monopolies, in my view, are generally a bad thing, particularly in the digital age where, and thanks to Elon Musk and what he did with X, I think he has released free speech. I think he has returned some sort of semblance of people's ability to be able to force debate without being bullied by a monopoly like the BBC. So if I ever get near power, I will responsibly defund the BBC as one of the first things I do. I think the BBC is dripping poison into the veins of Britain every day.
What other examples of what the BBC is doing do you think is dripping poison?
Well, I think a lot of their coverage is not objective. It's woke. I mean, they're into all this DEI. They're into obviously the LGBTQ+. They're into all of the things,
all the talking points, all their TV shows,
came from this,
all their programming, their presenters.
Period. But it's been happening for a long time. We have fucking
Radio 2 at work, and trust me.
I don't know if you've ever heard of the Fabian Society.
The manipulated
the
Trump
Fabian
speech.
Society was set up in the 1880s. And it was basically most of the Labour front bench and most of the Labour Party are members of the Fabian Society. So the Fabian Society, George Bernard Shaw was a member of the Fabian Society. You'll have heard of George Bernard Shaw. So it's the most extraordinary organisation. Their emblem is a wolf in sheep's clothing, as if that doesn't tell you what they're doing.
That's their emblem.
So
can I see what that looks like?
That's their emblem. It's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Fabian Society?
The Fabian Society.
I need to see that.
You should have a look at that.
I might have to get a T-shirt.
And shall I tell you what else they were?
I need a T-shirt.
Shall I tell you what else they were? They were eugenicists originally.
Whoa.
Yes.
When?
Well,
how far back?
George Bernard Shaw.
Look at that. That is damn crazy.
Well, everyone should look at the Fabian Society because that runs deep through the veins of Labour.
That is damn crazy.
What do you think of that?
That is damn crazy. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just listening to this Fabian Society coat of arms is really a black wolf that has a sheep's body strapped on top of its back. And it's like covering its body. This is insane. That's crazy. What a complete disdain for anybody else's intelligence. Like, they're not even trying to hide it. They're just like...
They're all members. The front bench are all members of the Fabian Society. So
that coat of arms is...
Keir Starmer is also a member.
I need a T-shirt, Jamie. Please order it.
You want to hold anything? you want a Fabian Society T-shirt?
Yeah, just for a goof. I think it'd be hilarious.
But no, so that runs through the Labour Party. So that's all part of it. So I think the agenda has been, to your point, they're infiltrated our education system. And, I'm proud of our history. I mean, Britain stopped the slave trade. It cost us a fortune. We did it almost unilaterally. And, we, I think, on the whole, have been a force for good in the world, not bad. I'm proud to say that. I've studied a lot of history. I think there are many other cultures, probably the Belgians and the French, who are far more brutal than us with their colonies. So I think we've tended to leave a legacy where we've tried to instill the rule of law. Look at India. Look at a lot of the other countries that we were involved with. They're now flourishing because of I think the structures that we left in place. And it's very sad to watch us almost turning in on ourselves. And having left the legacy in other countries, we ourselves have lost sight of what we should be doing.
It's really extraordinary seeing the perspective of a lot of young people that are very impressionable that come out of universities and have an utter, complete disdain for these successful societies. And instead of looking at these successful societies and saying, well, yeah, people were really terrible in the past, but this is a pretty good example of how people should be treated equally today. No, it's not perfect, but it's progressing in a better direction than it was in the past, right? Instead, they look to the past, and everything is built on this horrible history of outrageous, atrocious acts, and therefore it must be punished currently. And all of the people that benefited from it, specifically white people, need to be cast out. They need to be silenced. Multiculturalism is the only way to go. Complete open borders. Like the way they look at things is like, how do you think these countries got so good? Like, what do you think is about America or about England, about any of these countries that leads them to be where they are today? Well, it's a long history of progress, a long history. And along the way, yeah, like, especially when you go back hundreds of years ago, people were fucking terrible. They were terrible everywhere. You know, humans are just getting better at being people.
By the way,
like pretty recently. But to throw
you think
it
our
all
history's
out
ugly?
and
Go and look at
abandon
some
it
other
and to think
countries.
that socialism is going to fix you. Like, do you guys read anything? There's not a single
in South America,
example
they
of
were
that
just
not
slaughtering
turning to
people in the
tyranny.
hundreds and
And
thousands,
their
children,
take on it is
eating
always,
their
it
hearts,
hasn't been
human
done
sacrifice.
correctly.
Oh, yeah.
But that is so wild that people are still willing to swallow that. And the only thing that makes sense is they've been indoctrinated through universities to think this way. Because nowhere in the real world
There's
do
no
you think that
fucking-
equality
there's
of
no
outcome
innocent
ever
people
makes
in
any
history,
sense? Because everybody realizes somewhere along the line, when you get your first job, when you're a kid, when you're going through school, when you're playing sports, there's not a quality of effort. There's never a quality of effort. And there's always some people that want to put in more effort, and they put in more thought and more
Conceited.
focus, and they get further. And, you know, oh, well, they're fucking over all these other people. Are
Exactly,
you
it's so
sure that's
fucked up,
everything?
nasty fripples.
Because it seems like it's not. And it seems
So
like as soon
fucked
as
up.
you remove any
Horrendous,
incentive to
horrendous
succeed,
shit.
then you don't have any of the amazing stuff that you have around you all the time. The reason why you have beautiful televisions and Starlink and all that, it's capitalism. It's that you have to incentivize people to create these things.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean the only way to do it is to fuck other people over. That's not correct. It can be done correctly. It can be done humanely. It can be done wisely. You could vote with your dollars. You could, you know, boycott companies that do things that you don't think are ethical. There's all sorts of wonderful ways that capitalism could be used, and you can sort of influence things in the right direction. But to throw it all out and say we've got to go to socialism, like, oh, boy. I can't believe people are buying that. That to me is one of the real problems with not allowing conservative voices in universities. And that these universities, especially in the United States, are a lot of, especially like in sociology, psychology, and the overwhelmingly liberal. Like, surely there's got to be some historians out there that are conservative, and they would have a different perspective. And it might be good to have diversity of opinion, as well as diversity of national origin, as well as diversity of gender, as well as diversity of sexual orientation. Yeah, all that stuff's great. But also diversity of opinion.
Yeah.
Like, the only way to know whether or not this person's making sense is to have someone who completely disagrees, that has a better point, go up against them, and you watch them duke it out. And as soon as you silence all that because students don't feel safe, or because, you know, this is promoting X, Y, and Z, this person's a Nazi, oh, they're a Nazi, we can't let them on there. As soon as you do that, you ruin the whole thing that a university is supposed to be doing. It's supposed to be preparing young minds for discourse and for communicating and for figuring out the world on their own. They're eventually going to be independent and dependent entirely on their own actions and decisions, and go out there in the world, figure out your way. Arm them correctly, and the way to do that is to expose them to all sorts of different competing ideas. The idea that that was ever accepted to be shut down in this country, especially in America, is a massive failure
Yeah.
of the education system. Just massive. If you think that someone has bad points, come up with better points and let them duke it out. And don't pull fire alarms, and don't silence them, and don't scream and protest and throw things at them. Communicate. This is what, and anybody who doesn't do that should be shunned.
I agree.
If you're one of those people that says, no, you can't talk to Nazis, like, shun them. They are the enemy of thinking. They are the enemy of progress. They are the enemy of finding out what's right and what's wrong. And the only way we find that out is we communicate.
Free speech.
Free speech.
Well, free speech and a degree of Darwinism. You have to have
Yes.
what we have in the UK now is, I always say, reverse
that's so loud.
Darwinian theory. And again, at schools now, in my day, I was lucky, we liked to win. To win was good. To win fairly in a proper game of hockey or rugby or whatever was great. But now in schools, winning is considered to be bad. So everybody needs to have an opportunity to be treated the same.
In sports?
Often in sport, to win, to be seen as a competitive winner.
You guys don't have wrestling over there either.
We don't have wrestling. I know you do.
It's a real problem.
Cage fighting and stuff, don't you?
I know, but I mean wrestling, just wrestling as a sport, just wrestling for high school and
Not
college.
really,
it's
no.
like, wrestlers understand meritocracy as good as any human being alive because there's no way to make it unless you work hard.
But isn't this the battle, Joe, the age-old battle between individualism and collectivism?
Yes.
Because the collective likes to curb the individual. I like to foster the individual, and I think what the state fears most is highly successful, independent-minded people who are capable of putting their point of view and discussing it with each other. So what they try and do through the taxation in the UK, what they're doing is they're taxing, to your point, people who contribute, who work hard. And there are still a lot of people who fight very hard to feed their families. They're proud. They don't want to be part of this welfarism. You know, they want to provide and they work hard, but the state puts everything in their way, all the regulations, the rules, the taxes. Everything is the force is not with them. And that's got to be wrong. I mean, I think what you need is a lot of successful individual family businesses, communities which are self-sufficient, communities that respect each other and effectively can have this debate with each other. You get at the truth. And I think as a result of that, most of the best inventions have come from the UK, the US, from the Anglo-Saxon world, where individualism, when it's allowed to flourish, does a lot of good for mankind.
Right.
And to your point, I think this is what's been undermined by these, what I call central planners.
And a lot of these great inventions in America have come from people that immigrated legally from other countries because they appreciated what America stood for and they really wanted to make something happen. And they couldn't do it wherever they were.
Well, the extraordinary thing in the UK is we've got a lot of support from people who are immigrants into the UK. They came to Britain because they respected our structures. And what they want is they want structure. They don't want to see the country.
Yes, legal
descending
immigrants in
into chaos.
America have the same perspective.
It's the same.
Legal immigrants in America are pretty overwhelmingly against the whole open border idea because it was so hard for them to become an American citizen. It's a very proud moment for them to do it. Like
A lot of young people.
Yeah.
Got a lot of support from young people who are, again,
well, young people are online. See, this is the thing. Like, so young people are much more I want to say informed, but at least aware of the issue. They're much more aware of things than older people that are just, again, reading the newspaper and watching television.
But don't you think, as it may be the same here in Britain, a lot of the wealth is tied up in what I call the baby boomers. So I'm a sort of tail end boomer because I'm 68, but the sort of bulk of them are probably 70 to 90. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the pension wealth is held there. And a lot of the damage that's been done to our financial markets has come from a aversion to risk. Risk is a good thing, in my opinion. So people need to take risk. Risk, the entrepreneur takes risk and he gets reward if he gets it right. But if you tax him into oblivion, he doesn't take the risk. And what's happened in Britain is the baby boomers, the wealth's all locked up there. They want to see their retirement through safely. And not enough money is cascading down to the young people to be able to build their lives in the same way that the boomers were given a chance to make money in this very
when you say not enough money is cascading down, like how so? What's the bottleneck?
The money is all locked up with these old baby boomers, and they're more concerned with their pensions and their retirement than they are with generating an ongoing wealth chain, which gives an opportunity for the young to be involved.
So you meaning they're not starting businesses?
No, very much not.
They're just holding on to their money.
they're holding on to their money.
So that's
locked up.
that's an England thing.
In England, definitely. I mean, I think it's a big issue. I don't know whether it's an issue here. Is it an issue here?
Well, there's certainly an issue here with young people feeling like the system is completely rigged. Cost of housing is through the roof. Rent is through the roof. Groceries are more expensive. Inflation here is a giant problem. It's a giant problem for people that are struggling. We were just looking at something the other day on the internet where it was talking about a number, a number from, what was it, like 2007 or 2008 or something like that? That was like $225,000, and it's $450,000 in today. And like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's like 20 years ago. Like to have something double in 20 years. And you just think about how many people that are coming up that just feel like AI is going to take all their jobs, so they don't know what to do. And now they're in student debt because you guys have free education over there, which is a wonderful thing. I mean, I completely support that idea. But in America,
not university.
these kids get saddled down with
University,
debt
they
that
still
they
pay.
can't escape
Well,
from.
we don't.
ever.
In England, we
loans.
don't have free education.
Well,
So in England, in Scotland, they do, because Scotland has free education. We did used to have it. You're quite right. But
When did it go away?
well, now students have to take out loans, and this is another shocking.
I thought you guys had free healthcare and free education.
We have. Well, if you call it free healthcare, assuming you can get a doctor now, because you know most people now are having to source their own medical treatment because it takes you so long to get an operation or to get a doctor's appointment. It's although the sort of health service was set up post-war to provide free healthcare, when it becomes incredibly inefficient, people have to seek their own care. Otherwise, they don't get treated.
Not always.
But I think with student debt now,
When
children,
did it change where university education is?
it's changed. So now.
What year was this?
Well, it's been changed for a long time.
Oh,
So,
really?
So yeah. So my oldest son is 35. So he took out a student loan. It was less then, and then the fees shot up. So
What's for Oxford? What's a typical? How much?
well, they run up. Students will run up debt of in the UK now. It's not uncommon to run up a debt of £60,000.
So it's very similar to what's going on in America.
£60,000, and they're charged the most hideous
the
rate of interest on it.
The
Do you
interest
guys have
is,
the
is
same
where they
laws in
scam
terms of
them.
bankruptcy
It's
over there?
ridiculous.
We do have bankruptcy laws. Yeah.
But do you have bankruptcy?
Student debt, you won't be bankrupted over student debt, though, because the student debt, they just accrue the interest. If you go and work in a foreign country, often you don't have to pay the student debt back. I think it's a 30-year liability. But once you start working, then the student debt organization will take interest and principal out of your salary.
In America, if you go bankrupt, they'll forgive credit card debt, all sorts of other debt, but not student loan. It's the one loan that you cannot ever be forgiven from. In fact, people who have Social Security in America, their Social Security gets docked because they owe student loans.
Is that right? I didn't know that.
It's crazy. Imagine you're at the end of your life, you're living on Social Security, and they're taking pieces of it for an education that clearly didn't help you out.
Well, I don't know about you, but in England, we've got these ridiculous courses in sort of humanities and sort of things that are completely abstruse.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And these kids go and do these what I call bullshit degrees, and at the end of the day, they come out of it with a load of debt,
right,
and no real skills.
No skills and a completely ideologically
it's
captured
very,
mind.
it's very
Very
nuanced,
much so.
now, mate.
Yeah,
Obviously, obviously having free healthcare.
And there's not a lot of
obviously
other alternatives. It's like most
the mental
universities are
stress
left-leaning.
in
Yeah.
part
And
of
that's
not
the issue that these kids
not
have.
even just
You're-
the
even if
financial
you're-
part itself, but not having the mental thing of thinking how much is it going to cost me whenever something happens to you. But it is also a massive roll of the dice if you're going to get an appointment, when you're going to get seen, how long it's going to take. Like, if it's something quick, like I had to call up the other day and I actually got seen. I got seen on the same day I had to go there, but it was a real simple thing. You just get sort of like seen quickly by a nurse. Yeah, that was quite something small, easy. I was in and out. But if you want to get like, if I went to get like to look at my back or something like that, then like you'll go and talk to them. Then you'll get an appointment for somebody else. Then they put you on a list. Then you're waiting months. Then you might be waiting years. Then you might be like, that's the parts where it can start to get like, and all this time, if you've got fucked up back, fucked up leg, whatever it is, it's getting worse or it's getting no better. And you're sitting there waiting for a scan, waiting to be talked to a surgeon, waiting for an operation. My brother's waiting now. My brother's being bounced back and forward. He's got an issue with his fucking back. Excuse me, he can't walk properly. He has to walk with a fucking cane when he goes out because it puts him in so much pain. And he's been waiting. He's got to see. I think he saw the surgeon. I'm not sure. They put him on pills that didn't really work at all. Yeah. Oh shit! I forgot to text him about that actually. But yeah, it's not simple.
You're from a conservative family, or if kids grow up a certain way, send them off to college, and they're very impressionable, and they're going to get talked down to by a professor who's a communist, who's never had a real job in his life, and he seems so smart, and he's very smug, and he insults you if you disagree with him, and he is the ruler of the classroom, and everybody
exactly capping and booting, and you could have. That's very real.
Ideas. The
that's
next thing
very real.
You're organizing.
You will get prioritized if you're urgent and stuff like that.
Same things that the other communists are doing, and you're part of the team. Hey,
but it can happen.
We're going to fix the world. And you don't realize how ridiculous it is until maybe you're 35 and you have a job and then you have a family and you're like, what the fuck are we doing? What is this?
It does change, doesn't it?
Oh, 100%.
But Oxford's the worst.
It's the old expression.
Oxford
show me a young man. Who's that? Who quoted that? Who was that quote from? Show me a young man who's not was it liberal or is it progressive or whatever it is? Show me a young man who's not a liberal, and I'll show you a man without a heart. Show me an old man who's not conservative, and I'll show you a man without a brain.
Yeah. No, well, I don't know who said that, but it's a common.
Who said
that,
that,
common
Jamie?
saying.
Let's find out who said that.
It's a truism.
Churchill.
Was it Churchill?
There you go. One of your people.
Channel handle 143. I'll see you.
And accurate. And it doesn't. Being conservative doesn't mean you're not kind. It's silly. It's just recognition of human nature, and you can't reward people for not putting in effort, because then they will find ways to not put in effort. You can't reward people for being a quote unquote victim, and I don't mean a real victim of a crime. I mean victimized by society, victimized by circumstance, You can't weaponize that, because people will cling to it. People love excuses. Anybody who does sports, you played hockey, people love excuses. Not today, my back hurts. Today I don't feel up to it. Today I'm a little tired. I can't do the final lap. People love excuses. And when you weaponize that and you give people incentives to be you give excuses, and then you put people on their heels like, whoa, I don't want to appear that I'm insensitive. Let's help you out. And then all of a sudden you've got a whole swath of society that has carte blanche over your tax dollars for nonsense.
Well, this is obviously what's happened in the UK. When I was brought up, again, competition was a good thing. You know, if you felt a bit rough, you just carried on. You didn't whinge, you didn't moan. You expected to fight for things. If you had a setback, you didn't immediately go and cry into your beer. You basically got on with it.
Well, we need to teach people it's character building. You're gonna have rough days, and you should cherish those rough days, because from them you will grow. You will grow from your rough days. The down times are the good ones, because those down times really give you the motivation and the real firepower to get out of whatever situation you're in and improve your life. And
well, from adversity comes success.
Yes,
I think
comes character for sure.
Character and success. Yeah,
character for sure. I mean, it doesn't exist without some sort of adversity.
But I think the young were also badly affected by the response to COVID, Joe. And I think you and I share something in common. I'm a pureblood. I didn't have
pureblood's hilarious.
I didn't have those injections. I wouldn't go anywhere near them.
How did you get away with that in the UK?
Well, I used to go to Australia a lot. So because I have some businesses in Perth in Western Australia. I love those old rocks in Western Australia. The mining, the sort of Wild West, and Kalgoorlie and places like that, which have got a huge historical connection to sort of gold prospecting and stuff. So I stopped traveling, because it was very difficult to travel. But I don't know about you, I found the lockdown profoundly concerning.
No, Farage is.
I thought things that I thought were the norm. I was losing everything that made sense.
It's all up,
and
I don't think that
there
many
were
people
things
vote for the Greens. They're
happening
insane.
I didn't think could ever happen.
Some people are
in Britain. The state literally took over, and it frightened people into submission.
Same as America.
And the young people suffered most because, they didn't have the opportunity to socialize and to your point, discuss ideas and get at the truth. They were literally locked up. Everything was online. It wasn't right. The whole thing was completely wrong.
Imagine if you're in high school in America and you're in California, your entire senior year, you're at home. You graduate. You can't even go to a graduation because it's too dangerous.
Yeah.
The whole thing was madness.
Well, Sweden got it right. Anders Tegnell in
Yes.
Sweden. He was a great man, very brave man, and he got that right.
And boy, there was a lot of pushback. It was amazing how many people were willing to do the work of the government. How many citizens were willing to enforce these ideas. It was really shocking. It was shocking to watch how many people became lemmings.
Pieces of
how many
shit.
people just stepped in line.
We had people ratting on each other.
Yeah. Oh, we did it.
Because
they were
people-
rewarding people in Los
I
Angeles.
never wore a mask
Yeah.
They were
once.
giving them financial rewards for telling on their neighbors that we're having parties.
I
That's what
never
happened in
wore a
England.
mask once.
I have a tennis court
Dumbest
in the middle
shit
of nowhere,
ever.
so I used to say, come up and play tennis, because it's ridiculous to stop you playing tennis outside. I mean, absolutely mad. Anyway, they used to come up and play tennis, and nobody can see it. But if they played it in the village, then people would report each other.
Yeah. In California, we had people report on us because this desk is not 6 feet wide.
Seriously.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And then they also said we were talking close to each other without masks because there was a bunch of people that saw people walk into the studio and we shook their hand. So they were ratting on us. And so we had to put a sign up in the front door of the studio and we had to have a bag of masks. A whole bag of masks. Do we have to have hand sanitizer too? Do we have that too? I think so. I think we had to have hand sanitizer for a while at least. But we were getting ratted on because this desk is too close. So it's not, this desk is only 5 feet wide, so it's no social distancing.
It's pathetic, Joe, isn't it?
It was nonsense. It was so crazy. The whole thing made no sense. And it completely
was
changed a lot of
18 here.
people's
They tried-
ideas.
the Labour did try and change it,
about
because we all know
trusting
children are more
experts
easily to make-
and trusting authority. So many people thought that the health experts in this country were literally just trying to make people healthy, and you didn't realize, like, oh no, they're trying to prop up the pharmaceutical drug cartel, and they're trying to make as much money as humanly possible, and the only way to do that is to force compliance. And so they will do whatever they can. They will keep you from flying, they'll keep you from driving, they'll keep you from going to school. You can't work if you have more than 100 employees. Everyone has to get vaccinated. They were doing crazy shit where you're like, you guys are really going for it. And it worked. It worked for quite a while, but boy, did it ruin young people's perspective of
Completely.
authority.
Completely.
They don't trust anybody anymore, and with good reason.
I was
Well, I
off
think it
today. I had
damaged
a
them
thing
most.
at my daughter's
Again, it's
school.
another negative for them.
Yeah.
I mean, our
My
National
daughter's
Health
leaving,
Service was forcing people to have the injection.
like
You had
junior
to work in
school.
the National Health Service. You had to have
They had a
the
little
jab.
play thing. I
Yeah.
went and
And
watched
it didn't work.
It didn't
Speaking
work.
of which,
That's
she's
what's
It
even
sitting
actually,
next to
crazy.
me
actually
as
worse
well.
than that, Joe. It didn't work. It created major medical problems.
Right.
And I don't personally think we've seen the end of it yet. So I've got a lot of friends who are fit.
Yeah,
they
she
they
was
ended
loving
up
it.
having myocarditis,
Yeah.
having strokes,
Yeah.
having heart attacks. And at the end of the day,
Everybody knows somebody that has a horrible reaction to
everybody
it.
does.
Yeah, everyone. And to people that say they don't, I've had conversations with people, I don't know anybody who had a side effect. I'm like, fuck you for lying. There's no way that's possible. Unless you are the luckiest person in the world and you have an extremely small social circle, and out of that social circle, no one had a bad reaction, which is very unlikely. Unless that's true, like you're just lying. And
But
you're
I think
lying
countries-
because you probably were supportive of the vaccine initially, and you don't want to seem like you were on the wrong side of things.
Yeah, Mel,
Well, I
man.
lost friends. I
Yeah.
don't know about you, because
That was
people
funny.
said I hadn't been vaccinated, and therefore I was a risk to their
Yeah.
mum or their dad or their granny.
Yeah, I lost a bunch of people.
And I lost friends like that. But I mean, in countries like India, you know, they didn't have the jab. They used ivermectin to a far greater extent, and that was just as effective.
I know.
I think I used to treat it's a wormer. It's ivermectin. I used to treat my cattle with ivermectin, but it worked. It worked well, and there were other I think treatments which worked far.
Do you
better.
know what happened to me in America over ivermectin? Are you aware of that?
No.
CNN, like for days,
Edited a
was
picture.
running this hit piece on me saying that I was taking horse dewormer for COVID.
Oh, it is a wormer.
Yeah, it is. But it's also It's great for river blindness and
Yep.
dengue fever. And
Yep.
I mean, it won the Nobel Prize for use in human beings. And they were claiming on CNN that I was taking veterinary medicine. And they not only that, but they changed the color of my face. So they took a video. I was supposed to do a concert with Dave Chappelle that weekend in Nashville. And I had to make a video saying, I'm sorry, but we have to cancel it because I got COVID. So I said I had COVID like 2 days ago. I was sick, but I'm fine now. And I explained all the stuff that my doctor threw the kitchen sink at it. We took all these different things. And one of the things that I mentioned was ivermectin. And because of me mentioning that, I also said monoclonal antibodies, Z-Pak. I talked about all the IV vitamins. I took a bunch of different stuff, and I got better quick. And they took the video and changed the color of my face to make me look green on CNN.
No.
On CNN.
Well, CNN's not a good channel, is it?
I didn't know. I didn't know until I saw that. I was like, wow. Like, this is I was like, do I have to sue CNN? Like, this is crazy.
So is that bilharzia when you're talking about with the eyes, the worm in the eyes? Is that the bilharzia you get from the water in Africa?
But river blindness, I do not know what
I think it's called bilharzia. I think I may be wrong.
You might be right. But I know it's used to treat yellow fever, dengue fever. It's used to treat a bunch of different things. But it also has antiviral properties that have been demonstrated. Like, there's papers on it.
And it's very cheap.
Yes, but that's the problem. The problem is anybody can make it, and you could buy it for it's like $1 a pill or something like that. It's nothing.
Yeah.
And that was the real problem. Is that if you want to have the emergency use authorization of a vaccine that hasn't gone through the safety protocols in America, you have to have no other medications that are available that can treat it. So the reason why they went after me on CNN was because clearly I was doing okay. It was 3 days later, and I said I never got vaccinated. So here's all the stuff that I took, and now I'm fine. And they went crazy, and it was this concerted campaign to try to destroy me. Neil Young took his music off Spotify because he said that
he was unsound on it.
Because he said that I was promoting vaccine misinformation, and he probably believed that. He probably did believe that, but he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. He's another old boomer that just watches the news.
Yes, I did used to like his music when I was at school, though, didn't you?
I still love it. I still listen. I don't care.
Yeah.
I mean, I even told a story when I made the video about how when I was at a Neil Young concert. Well, I was working at a Neil Young concert, actually, when I was 19. And that was the last day on the job because a riot broke out. And I was like, I'm a huge Neil Young fan. Like, I don't care. He just doesn't know. Someone told him this, or he really thinks he's doing the right thing by removing his music. Like, okay. But what you're doing is you're supporting this machine that is lying to people and telling people the only way to get through this is to get vaccinated, when in fact there's like Uttar Pradesh in India where it was just very low instances of COVID fatality. All of it was through ivermectin.
Yeah,
they had amazing success with just ivermectin.
But again, I think the state knows that it's caused damage. I just don't think they can admit it at the moment.
No, they're not going to admit. They're never going to admit it. They just gloss over it and move on. And some of the same people that were promoting that shit on the news, they still deny it. They still deny it. And they've lost debates. Like Chris Cuomo got destroyed by my buddy Dave Smith because of it. Like they're in denial of like the things that they were actually saying.
Yep. It was like fluoride in water and folic acid in bread and all this sort of
all
stuff.
That shit. It's all terrible.
It's sort of man getting high on his own supply, isn't it, really?
Well, it's also a business. That's the real problem, is that there's lobbies in this country that they want to continue making money the same way they've been making money.
Yeah.
And one of the ways they do it in America is they advertise on the networks. So the pharmaceutical drug companies all advertise on all these networks, and they're an enormous part of the advertising budget. I know in England, that's not legal. And it's only legal in America and in New Zealand. Those are the only two countries that allow pharmaceutical drug companies to advertise on television. But what it effectively does is it stops all criticism of any side effects. There's no stories on heart attacks. There's no stories on strokes. No stories on myocarditis. Now, if they weren't advertising, and then someone was making money off of something that was killing people, that's the news.
Yeah.
The news would be all over it. But they have effectively ruined their own reputation by turning a blind eye on something that everybody knows.
But do you think they're turning a blind eye? I think they know. I think they know, but they can't admit it.
The people, the individuals most certainly must know someone who got something from COVID, from the COVID shot. Someone who had a stroke, someone who's got a neurological condition. I know way too many people for you to not know anybody. I have 2 people that I know that have pacemakers now. There's a lot of weird, horrible side effects that happen from that. If you don't know anybody that had one, I don't believe you.
Well, I know loads. I mean, my sister-in-law had myocarditis. I've had a friend, my best friend had a stroke literally a week after having the jab. People have had problems with heart arrhythmia.
Yeah.
All sorts of stuff. And there's been some issues with blood too.
Yeah.
So look, I think, as usual, money probably goes to the root of it, Joe.
Absolutely.
And we had something in the Britain called the nudge team, which basically was, how the government thought that was okay. It's a bit like when I was in football, people were hacking my phone and thought that was okay. But with the nudge team, it was to nudge people into accepting the lockdown, and it was effectively very clever manipulation of the population. So look, you can't believe that the state thinks that's okay, but they did.
They did. Yeah, they did, and they did it in America depending on which city you were in, to various extents, varying extents. California was bad. It was real bad. I mean, they closed down all the comedy clubs. They lost 70% of all their restaurants in Los Angeles. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, a great place to live, California, though.
What's that?
It's a great place to live, California.
Beautiful. That's why people still tolerate it. I mean, if California had the weather of Seattle, it'd be empty.
Yeah, it would, yes.
You know what I mean? It's like the reason why people are still there is because, God, it's so amazing. And there's so many cool people there, and it's so nice, and the weather's incredible, and the views. And you could be at the ocean, and then 2 hours later, you're in the mountains. I mean, it's an amazing place.
It's an amazing place. I went
filled
there.
With dumbasses.
Yeah, it was socialist, Joe. Unfortunately, it's been permeated to socialism.
That and grifters. Grifters pretending to be socialists. They're essentially those people with the wolf, with the sheep wrapped around them. That's a large
society.
Yeah, that's a large portion of the government in Los Angeles and a large portion of the government in California in general. And the way you know this is how wealthy those fucking people are, and how it doesn't make sense how they're so wealthy. You're making how much a year, and you're worth how much?
Crime.
Yeah, crime. They're doing crime.
Well,
one of the things that happened very recently is they just announced that the governor of California, one of the people on his staff had been wearing a wire for over a year. Did you see that story, Jamie? What's that?
I don't know what they got.
Well, no, I don't know what they got either. But this lady had been, see if you can find it, what it says. But she had been wearing a wire. She's working for the Gavin Newsom organization.
Yeah.
And
Nice.
she was working for the administration, and she was wearing a wire for the FBI because they had been investigating him and this was during the Biden administration they started this. So they started this in 2024. If they're investigating him, it must be like they must know that some real shit is going down. FBI infiltrated Gavin Newsom's inner circle by convincing governor's ally to wear a wire. Yeah. Not good.
Not good. But I think it's the same in Chicago. You've got some pretty bad spots. San Francisco, I think, is not good.
It's a lot of people that are profiting off of this idea that, the government should be taking care of everybody and you should be making all this money from taxes. And then, California spent $24 billion on the homeless, and it just got worse. It just now
That's
it's an
pretty
industry.
wild.
So now you have this homeless, taking care of the homeless is now an industry, and there's people on the homeless industry board that are making hundreds
That
of
is pretty
thousands of
wild.
dollars a year, and it's like, what are we doing?
Well, it's the
How's
same with
that work,
compliance.
then?
It's the same with, as you say, DEI.
Yeah.
There's a whole industry in
An
the UK
industry.
of people making vast amounts of money on, compliance, DEI.
Yeah.
Basically wealth creation,
Yes.
which ultimately strips personal responsibility and tries to imbue everybody with a very sort of malign philosophy, which is very damaging to the
Under the guise of being inclusive.
correct.
And also, you're getting wealthy. How many people from these nonprofits are getting enormously wealthy? Like, this is insane. And that was one of the things that USAID clearly uncovered. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen Mike Benz and some of his takes on it.
Yeah. It was shocking. I couldn't believe it.
There's so many hours of it. It's almost like there's too much information to digest. I could listen to like an hour of it. I was like, I got to stop because I just don't know when this ends. I'm not even absorbing this. I'm just so flabbergasted by the extent of the corruption and the amount of money that's been gone to fraud and possibly waste over the years is just staggering.
But it also went all over the world, didn't it?
Oh, yeah.
It was a philosophy, a poor philosophy that was being exported to other countries, and particularly to Britain. I mean, we have a presenter called Rory Stewart. His wife was being funded by some of this stuff, which got shut down. Did they shut the whole thing down? Or
They shut USA
Did they leave a
down.
remnant of it?
I don't know exactly how much they've left, but essentially it's been shut down. Of course, if there was ever a Democrat that got elected president in 2028, it would probably start that bitch right back up, open the borders right back up, business as usual.
That would not be good, Joe.
No, it seems like there was a desire to move people into blue states and then eventually get them on social assistance and then get them to become citizens, and then you have guaranteed voters because you want to continue this, right? You want to continue living like this? Well, this is the way. And then you would just completely take over the presidential elections. And I think they were trying to do that. This is Elon's perspective, and I think he's right. And, you know, he's obviously much more aware of the problem in terms of, like, the extent that USAID was involved and these nonprofits and NGOs were involved. It seems like there was a concerted effort to do this, and it's disturbing.
But again, a lack of respect for taxpayer funds, which is what we have in the UK. I mean, we need your help. At the moment, at least you're making a stab at returning to some form of normality.
For now, but if we don't fuck it, I mean, we might have fucked it up by going to Iran. I mean, this war is not something anybody that's conservative wanted. Most people don't want it, except supporters of Israel. They're the only people that seem to be thinking it's a good idea in this country. Most people are horrified by the idea because Trump was elected. One of the pillars that he stood for, apparently, was that he doesn't want any more wars.
Well, I came out against it on the basis for us of realpolitik, which is it wasn't in the interests of the British nation.
Right.
And I think, again, most of these leaders should put the interests of their tax-paying public first. And there's only a reason to go to war if it's going to benefit you. Yeah. And it was difficult to see what the benefit was. Although I think Iran is a sort of malevolent state, and it is spreading very bad philosophy across. Obviously, you know, you've got Hezbollah in Lebanon, and then we've got Hamas causing a problem. So I think they are a problem. But certainly from our point of view, I mean, you're the only country with the ability to do anything about it. I mean, we had one warship which didn't work properly when it was sent out to help. So
nice.
I mean, goodness knows we've spent all our money on welfare and not enough money on defence. So no, we need help. And I think to your point, Elon Musk has been, to my mind, incredibly helpful in restoring free speech, because Starmer and these Fabian Pabloist Haldane Society, as I call them, they've all got this malign philosophy, and I think what giving us free speech has done is it's stopped them crushing the spirit of those people who do want to debate, who do want to discuss, who do want to get at the truth.
Right, but they've done so much to stop free speech with all these arrests.
It's extraordinary.
Because they've incentivized people to keep their mouths shut because no one wants to be in trouble.
Well, it's two-tier policing. You've got, to your point about, you know, that the Palestinian marches are tolerated, whereas any form of Tommy Robinson march, and Tommy Robinson in the UK, he's deeply disliked by the establishment. I give him credit for what he did. Again, on the grooming gangs in 2003, he was warning about this in 2003 in Luton.
Not only that, I remember people dismissing that in 2003 or 4, whenever it was when I first heard about it, they were talking about him as he was just horrible, far-right extremist.
I know.
And that he was making up these stories about these grooming gangs and rape gangs. I remember hearing that. I remember not knowing, like, what is it? What's accurate here? Like, what's going on?
Well, I think the accuracy is that he was right. The establishment didn't want to admit it because
yes, he was.
If we're right, well, I think we are right about their multicultural post-war experiment. They realised it was failing because you can't justify the sort of abuse and grooming of the most vulnerable people in your society by people who've come into the country They should be treated equally under the law. A rape is a rape. It doesn't matter whether it's perpetrated by somebody from a Muslim country or a Christian country. Rape is rape, and
So
it should
what
be
would-
treated the same.
What would you do to stop this? Like, imagine if you got into power right now. What would you do to put a stop to that?
But we have to root it out, and we have to stop it.
How
And
do you
we have
root
to
it out?
apply the law, the law of our land, to the
Right.
people who are perpetrating it. The problem is the police have institutionally been taught that they are racist, and we had the Stephen Lawrence killing, which didn't reflect well on the UK, but the response to it has created this fear of being called a racist.
Which is the Stephen Lawrence killing?
Stephen Lawrence was killed. I think it was in the late 90s. He was stabbed by some sort of British miscreants. And
where was he from?
He died. It was in London.
Where was Stephen Lawrence from?
Well,
What
he was a black boy.
Oh,
I'm not,
okay.
not
So it's
sure.
a racial hate
Yeah,
crime?
it was a racial hate crime.
Okay, and this is in the
And
90s?
it was blown up. And again, you find that the racial hate crime involving any white people is now blown up, whereas the very often and increasingly common acts against the indigenous white people are hushed up as much as they possibly can be.
That's a funny thing to say, indigenous white people.
Yeah.
And what I mean, it is real for England. But I mean, nobody thinks about that in America. You would never say like indigenous white people.
Well, we do have an identity,
Yes,
Joe.
of course. There's a reason why everyone's so pale.
Yeah. Well,
It's England.
we do have an identity, but
It
I
really
think,
is indigenous.
as I say, we've been very tolerant
Dan.
of people who've needed help. We've
Right.
let them into the country, and on the whole, they have integrated and they have contributed.
Right.
And I have no problem with that. Like you, I'm absolutely in favour of that. And
Right. The only problem is the people that aren't integrating.
if people don't want to come
Right.
and live and integrate and contribute, then they shouldn't come. They should remain in their own country.
Well, it's also the idea of incentivizing people to illegally migrate to your country is just pure insanity.
Yeah.
You're going to run out of money. And you're also putting a burden on these taxpayers for no reason whatsoever. It's a bad use of their tax dollars.
But in our immigration document, we put forward, the case for basically a hostile environment. We don't want to be handing out welfare.
Right.
We don't want to be encouraging people to come. We want to create a hostile environment and encourage people to go, unless they're contributing, to go back to their own country and live there, particularly if they don't like our culture and our laws and they don't respect us and they think we're the infidel.
But do laws exist that would allow you to deport those people?
Well, you'd have to repeal. So that's why it's so important we win an overall majority in Parliament by 29, because then we can repeal a lot of this legislation, which will then empower the nation state again.
So this is the legislation that provides healthcare, dental, welfare, housing to
This
these
is
people.
legislation largely passed by Tony Blair and his acolytes.
And this was all just to encourage mass migration.
I think it was to encourage this mass immigration and make it very difficult to stop it practically. Interestingly, he's quite crafty because he came out the other day trying to distance himself from a lot
Fucking
of the
Blair.
things that he has actually created. So he's quite a canny old fox. And he looks a bit like Beelzebub these days. I mean, he's got this white hair and these piercing sort of eyes. I can't help look at him and think of evil. But look, so he ultimately, I think,
Tony
him and
Blair,
his team
evil
realised
piece of shit.
they realised what they were doing, and it was all done.
Look at this guy.
Through the law. You have to do in a country that believes in the rule of law. The only way to change it is through control of Parliament. So you have to do it top down through the parliamentary system, so that you can repeal the laws and you can pass the laws you want to pass to empower the nation state.
Guy.
And at the same time, which we're doing, you need to start controlling local
Blair,
government as well, because
bro.
local government's gone badly wrong. And a lot of the failures
fuck
from
this
the rape
dude.
gang inquiry weren't just the national government. You had failure at local government as well. So
Are the local government willfully ignorant? Are they
Blair
denying
was
its
definitely in
existence?
the
Are they
evidence.
gaslighting people on it? Like,
yeah, in the case of Labour, that they've enabled it. I say I can't see how anybody can ever vote Labour again after they've read this report, because Labour has clearly enabled this, both at national level by denying what's been going on, and at local level where you have local government. And it happens mainly in Labour-controlled areas. You've got people denying completely that this has been happening, whereas we know it's happening. We have people like Sammy Woodhouse, who's a victim of it, who had a child by her rapist. So ultimately, local government has to be controlled from the bottom up, and we started that process. We won 9 out of 9 county council seats in Norfolk. So my constituency is on the coast in England, so it's a coastal constituency. Been very badly served by the post-war elite. So the fishermen in England have been sold down the river to largely to the European fishermen as part of the membership of the EU. So Norfolk is a county on the east coast. It's got rich farmland, and farming's my passion. I love farming. It's my hobby, and I love it. So at the end of the day, we have to control local government and change it bottom up.
Valheim, I don't know, it's pretty janky. I know what you mean. I knew someone that played that quite seriously.
I would imagine.
And if we can do that, Joe, I truly think we can release the spirit of the British people, and I think they want it. But they've got to show through the ballot box that that's what they want.
I'd imagine there's going to be an enormous amount of resistance to this kind of huge change.
From organised crime, which I think we're now in the hands of, from a corrupt judiciary, from a police force that's gone wrong, from local government that's gone wrong, the NHS has gone wrong. Again, it's a state monopoly, and its original function, I think, has been subverted. So you've got everything. To your point, the education system is wrong. So there's a lot of change that needs to happen. But I think fundamentally, the electorate, you saw them in 2016 vote to take back their sovereignty. The government wrote a letter.
I'll think about it.
To all the households in the UK recommending they vote to remain in the European Union. This is David Cameron. But actually the British people didn't. They voted to leave. And they didn't do it, I think, for financial reasons. They did it because they wanted their country back. They wanted their sovereignty back. They wanted an accountable parliament in Westminster. And some of our problems emanate from the fact that Tony Blair's reforms have undermined our parliament. So our parliament is supposed to be omnipotent. It's supposed to be completely contain the elected representatives of the people. So parliament is supposed to be right at the top of the chain. But what's happened is it's been undermined by these quangos that Tony Blair set up, which has effectively created a life of their own. So the Supreme Court.
Fucking Blair.
And literally there are hundreds of these quangos that now employ unelected people.
What is that word, quango?
Well, quango is like a quasi-national government organisation.
Okay.
So they are, you've got all sorts of bodies, the sort of Bar Standards Board, you've got loads of bodies which now prevail. You've got bodies on almost everything, which again have flourished since Tony Blair's legislation. Prior to that, power lay with Parliament. So that's why they've been able to control a lot of what goes on, because the two-party system, the Blues and the Reds, the Tories and Labour, basically have tried to outcompete each other. So the entire Parliament, Blair took it left, Cameron emulated Blair, and you didn't actually get proper conservative thought to change a lot of this stuff that was wrong. So I think this is an opportunity, and I think it's our last opportunity, and all the help we can get from you guys. I mean, we made a bad mistake in letting you declare your independence, which you're celebrating tomorrow in the first place.
Mistake.
Had we played our cards better, I think you should still be part of. I
think it worked out.
Going on. It's worked out pretty well for you, but not so well for us.
Sorry, but I think we're better off.
But I do want to see.
Otherwise, it'd be under your laws.
Well, I do want to see the Anglo-Saxon world support each other. I think there's not enough of that. We're too fragmented. There's too much sort of, whether it's the World Economic Forum, as I said, whatever the reason, there's too much fragmentation and too much undermining of this cohesive Anglo-Saxon world, which, let's face it, is the reason why we all have individual freedom, because, as we said earlier, individual freedom is incredibly fragile. And we could lose it at any minute, Joe.
I mean, the society that, the way we look at America when people look at it the right way, or when people are proud of America, they look at it as a place where anybody can come and achieve your dreams. And it doesn't mean only white people, it doesn't mean only black people. It just means Americans. We're supposed to be a community, a team, and the fact that we're a melting pot, that we're not like, indigenous white people like England, is part of the fun of it all, that everyone's welcome. Just come over here and do your thing and follow the rules. But the problem with this country is the problem with any country. When you're being run by people that are completely corrupt, and you're being run by people that are influenced by enormous corporations that don't care about the people, that only care about the bottom line, how much money they're making, and how do they rig things, and then you have politicians that are making $170,000 a year, but they're somehow worth $400 million, and no one questions it, and no one's in jail. The whole thing is bonkers, and it's just, you're always going to have crooks, and you got to hold them off. You got to hold them off as much as possible. When you recognize they're in, you got to do a cleaning. You got to clean house. You got to clean house and get rid of them. If you don't, you're just going to have the problem's just going to get worse, because they're going to figure out, okay, it's just like antibiotics. When you don't take the full round and the stuff doesn't really go out of your system. Oh, now you got medication-resistant bacteria. Congratulations. Your medication has made the bacteria worse.
Yep.
So if you fight off the corruption a little bit and then you stop, they go, oh, well, we were close. We almost figured it all out and got it all rigged. But now we got to make sure that we lock people down and have even more laws and even more restrictions. And
well, you've summed up what we need to do in the UK very well. I mean, we are, I think, in the hands of organised crime. I think a lot of the institutions that we had previously have become rotten.
I think it's the right way to recognize it too.
It is. It's in the and to your point, we do need to now punish people who've let us down.
Yeah, it's crime. It's really crime. Is crime, and to just pretend because it's been going on for so long and that it's business as usual that it's not a crime. Like, no, it's crime. It's crime. It's just somehow or another crime that's tolerated.
Well, letting down people who've elected you and given their trust to you is a massive crime. It's
not just letting down, betraying them.
I mean, we have the same as you, but to a lesser extent, because you've obviously got far more wealth than us. But you see these officials who end up becoming rich, and you wonder how they do it.
Yeah.
And they're on salaries, and they're taxed heavily, and yet they always seem to flourish. They never seem to be short of money. So I look at our judiciary, which is again now a quango. The judges are no longer appointed by Parliament. They're appointed by this woke quango. And I had an issue in Parliament. I challenged Parliament because, to the point where I've been saying we need to return power to Parliament, they have this body called the ICGS, Independent Complaint Grievance Scheme. And in Parliament we have this system called parliamentary privilege. So I can speak on the floor of the House and I can't be sued for libel. You can say whatever you want. That's the essence of free speech in the chamber of the Commons. Now this body has actually been expressly taken outside Parliament. And the case I had against them was they tried to say I caught them doing something I thought was wrong and I wanted to take them to court. They said, you can't take us to court because we're parliamentary privileged, even though it's not the chamber, it's not an MP speaking, it's got no MPs on this committee, it doesn't report to a parliamentary committee, and yet the judge found they had parliamentary privilege. Didn't address the questions. So this is how the elected assembly has been undermined. And this is what we have to return power to the elected representatives of the people.
There's also another thing that Britain has done recently that's very disturbing, which is eliminate jury trials for a lot of
They're trying to do that.
Yeah.
They're trying to do that.
So it's not fit. It's not established yet?
They haven't yet done it because there are still a few decent Labour MPs who fought against it.
Oh, good.
But again, I think that's all a manifestation of organised crime. Because if you control the judges,
right, of course,
and you can force more and more people through a judge system rather than a jury system. And so for libel trials, I fought a libel trial when I was in football against the Times, which is Rupert Murdoch's paper. And I think I had my phones hacked, and I fought a libel trial against them.
So the newspaper hacked your phone?
When I was in football, they were hacking my phone every day.
Wow. How were they doing it?
Listening in through my voicemails.
How'd they do it?
And then they can blag a number from the voicemail and start listening. So if you called me and left a message, they could blag your number off my phone. And they thought this was okay. These were national newspapers. And again,
How did they get into your voicemail?
Well, because in the old days, if people had a code to encrypt their phone and they didn't do it properly. So we had 0000.
Oh, no.
If you didn't change that, they got into your phone, right? So they got into my phone. They got into lots of people's phones.
Wow.
Because you never know quite how they did it. But so if you'd left me a message, they could blag your number.
Right.
And then they'd start listening to your phone and everything else. Now, I think, that was in this case Murdoch. But Murdoch, I think, has done a lot for the right-wing cause. I don't always agree with everything, and I certainly didn't agree with him hacking phones. But this all goes to the point of the establishment becoming corrupted. And from corruption, I think, again, you end up with oppression. And we need to sort that out.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping if I put myself up and the people agree, they will change things. And I think they are in a febrile mood. So I'm hoping that they will take the opportunity and give us the power to do it.
I'm glad you brought that part up because we're not really aware in America of what the general mood of the country is, like where people are leaning in what direction as far as England goes. What is it like? Is a large percentage of the population fed up? I mean, what's going on over there?
Well, I think to your point, you've got this body of people who are profiting on the back of these concepts which are, you and I would agree, are completely flawed. So they're obviously in control at the moment. But then you've got the body of people, this increasingly small percentage of what I call the private sector, which now accounts for a smaller and smaller proportion of GDP. So your percentage of GDP accounted for by the state is much, much smaller than ours. So directly and indirectly, I would estimate that the share of government now in our economy is over 50% if you take the effect of these quangos and everything else. Here, you're much smaller than that. Now that's come, pre-Blair, Thatcher, we were in a very, very good economic state, and the state accounted for, what it was, 33%, something like that. It's now up to nearly 50% and rising. And this is what the Fabians want. They want a dependency culture.
Right.
A sort of centrally planned USSR style dishing out of taxpayer funds. So they've diminished the private sector, which they're taxing into oblivion, which has meant that a lot of our most able people have left the country. So we've lost a lot of our rainmakers have gone. So a lot of our best people went to, obviously, Italy, to Dubai, to Abu Dhabi, all over the world. Some of them would have come here. So the best brains have gone. And I think the non-DOMs have gone, which again I think is a huge error because they've now been taxed rather than being encouraged to spend their time in the UK. So we're being hollowed out by this socialist philosophy, which is creating damage to the private sector and empowering the public sector.
Is there a large percentage of young people that are aware of this?
Oh, the young people have. I've been incredibly impressed, and a lot of them support us. So they can see that we're trying, I think, to at least rebalance this. And until we get this right, it's going to be very difficult to sort their situation out. Now, there's no overnight fix these days, and I don't know. I don't think any of us know quite what effect AI is going to have on the employment market, on opportunities for young people. In many ways, if they've got a very good brain, they've got a huge opportunity to do very well and enrich themselves. But increasingly, it's fewer and fewer people. It's not like the Industrial Revolution where the majority of people had an increasing standard of living. It's going to be very interesting to see how we all cope with this incredibly fast-moving revolution, which is what it is, which is arguably going to create some incredibly rich people, and those people who haven't got the brain power will end up struggling. So it's hard to see how that's going to end. But that doesn't mean to say we want a state central planning everything. We know historically that doesn't work. And from that comes a sort of shutdown of thought and debate and free speech and all the things that you and I love. I mean, that to me, that's a country I want to live in. I don't want to live in a centrally planned mess. So we're in very uncertain times, but I'm optimistic that if you release the ability, the innate ability of people in Britain, in particular, in this case, I think we can turn it round still. Can't guarantee it, but I'm pretty sure we can still turn it round. But it's got to happen now. If it doesn't happen now, it would have gone too far.
Well, I certainly hope you can, because for America, when we see what's happening, particularly with the social media posts and the arrests, it's so disturbing for us. And then, of course,
I guess it was only a matter of time.
The rape gang inquiry report was impossible to believe.
Dark Dave's mirror is about to get an enormous bump.
You know, we hope you guys turn it around. And when is your elections?
We don't know, Joe. We've got this character, Andy Burnham, who Keir Starmer has stepped down, as you probably know.
Yeah, Dark Dave's mirror is going to get a massive bump.
He is just a
Raw's on Twitch.
version of Keir Starmer. He's been the mayor of Manchester.
Frankie got
he stood in a by-election
banned as well. Look,
where he was elected.
I don't know what happened to him.
And he's apparently going to be anointed as prime minister by the 20th of July. So this is a guy who, up until recently, wasn't even an elected politician. He's been a politician in the past. He's been in the cabinet.
Keir Starmer can just step down and put another guy in his place, and that guy takes over?
That's
get a founder sub. Let's go.
Crazy.
I know.
What a stupid way to run things.
It's bonkers.
Let's go.
But so
we got founders. We got founders badge.
He could run till 29. That's
29.
That's the backstop date. He could, and everybody says he might, have a snap election. I think that's highly unlikely. Labour have got the biggest post-war majority.
Why would he have a snap election?
He's got 3 years left with a huge majority. So why would he take a risk? In Manchester, he was Manchester mayor. He's actually in the report, in the rape gang report. He's mentioned in the rape gang report for not doing enough in Manchester, which is a centre of rape gangs. So he's involved in that. He's involved in that. You know, he's mentioned in our report. It's in there. So look, I think, in answer to your question, when's the election going to be? Some people would say he's going to have an election soon. I don't agree with that. I think he'd be mad, because I still think the public will judge Labour harshly, because the economy is not going well. People aren't feeling richer, they're feeling poorer. Their businesses are struggling, their taxes have gone up. Our taxes are at post-war highs now. So, and the waste is just off the scale. So when I'm in the Public Accounts Committee, which I sit in, again, it's all on, you can watch it on, people watch it on screens. It's the Public Accounts Committee is the most powerful committee in Parliament, and we question these civil servants to try and hold them to account for the taxpayer. The waste is just off the scale. So you've got a wasteful, inefficient state, which is then taxing the private sector into oblivion, the increasingly small private sector. And that's not a recipe that's going to encourage risk-taking, investment. It's not going to, they're taxing family farms, they're taxing family businesses for the first time. They're basically breaking the backbone of Britain to the Fabian point. They are enacting this Fabian agenda, which is designed to create a society that's reliant on the state. And I don't want that.
Nobody should want that. Well, listen, man, thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate you taking the time. I know it was difficult to get here for this day, and this is the only day we had open. So
no, it's very kind of you to have me on, Joe. I know
pleasure.
it's some big celebrations tomorrow. So
good luck to you.
Yeah, we're going to win. I'm amazed at the support we've got, and I'm amazed at the number of people who, even on the plane, come up to me and thank me for what I'm doing and say they're going to vote for us. I think Britain's on the turn, and hopefully, if we put up shop, tell them what we're going to do, give them a chance to vote for us. If they vote for us, I shall do my best to change things. If they don't vote for me, well, that's their prerogative. That's democracy.
That's democracy. Good luck, sir. And thank you very much.
Pleasure.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Bro. There's people in Raw. There's people in this talking. Where's the identity thing? I always forget. Oh, yeah. He might not have sub badges yet. It hasn't given me my. Oh yeah, it's give me the founder. What are all these sus things I've got? I don't know where that came from. I guess. Get back. Rest in peace on YouTube. Like he's even got the heart. Oh no! Only that he's got no like his emote code is really good. He's got no like. You see, mine is numbered again because like there's other I wasn't the first marked one, but he's just got raw fill. So all his emotes just raw. Look, raw fill heart, raw fill panda, raw fill flat. Nice. I wonder if he will be permanently banned. Interesting, dude. But yeah. Big ups Rupert Lowe and fucking Joe Rogan. Really? Yeah, I did not expect that one. So I was like, alright, we're gonna. Rawfield did get banned on YouTube. Rawfield did indeed get banned on YouTube. I don't know. Does he have the archives up on here? Oh, wow. He has the archives as well. Just sitting there. Or Kick as well. I think I'm already following him. I'm pretty sure he's on Kick as well. I'm pretty sure he's on Kick as well. But yeah. This is 6 days ago, though. Maybe he hasn't been streaming on here every day. It's just Dark Souls. Card shop. TCG card shop. Then they're playing Dead or Alive. This better. What's this fucking? Oh man, fuck off. Some better TV shit, but. Is he not on Kick? You can't restream a partner. Maybe he isn't on Kick then. Maybe. But you kind of can. But probably he wouldn't get away with it. I don't know if he is, but like, because like some people get away with it, but you're right. Probably he wouldn't. Because DSP makes some money on there. Yeah, exactly. That's it. They sent him an email. They sent him the email, didn't they, saying you're not allowed. Fucking jokers. That fucking website of all websites. They were like, yeah, you can't do that. Dickheads. Stupid site. What was another video I wanted to watch? There was another video. There was a GDQ thing for that as well. Is there more people? I don't think Rob Phil's there. He's talking to him. I don't think he's there. Oh look, it even says Rob Phil not found. Rob's gonna be tweeting about it. I didn't actually watch the 10 minutes. chill vibes. Oh my god. Can we once again? Can I just look? 181 views. He's doing these individual videos, right? Right. Can we once again just watch the intro for his new video series, as he called it, called DSP Pack Rips. Yeah, as you can see here from the amazing thumbnail, with him right there next to the Hall of Legends. Oh, right. Anyway, I just need you to hear the intro once again. This is, you need to see this high quality. Remember he talks about all my stuff is like high quality and great and blah 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 blah, and all the effort I make and I'm so good and I spend money and I'm amazing. Ready?
Good evening, everyone. DSP here, and it's time for another episode of DSP Pack Rips. I'm excited for this tonight.
That's so awful. It's so awful. Oh my god, dude. Why is it so infantile? Bro, he put it up, not me. Absolutely ridiculous. Rawfield did indeed get taken down. Mordy. Oh. Rawfield is down off YouTube. He has officially been banned. Or at least suspended. I don't know if you'd know if it was suspended. You'd probably be the same thing, right? But regardless, yes. So go and follow him on Twitch. Or we think he's on Kick. And probably Odyssey and all them places. Oh, fuck the video. No. Well, I didn't really want to watch the Daily Wrap, but not exactly. I didn't really want to watch it. Particularly.
Good evening, everyone. DSP here. Welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Tuesday, the 7th of July, 2026.
I love
and
this
oddly
intro.
enough, my final streaming day, at least
Oddly
consecutively
enough.
for this week. I will be back on Thursday, but it's very bizarre that I would have a interruption in my
No one
streams in the
cares.
middle of the week like this.
Come on.
We'll talk about that in a second. But first of all, let's talk about how today went. So first off, today was definitely a day of positivity and celebration, being that as of last night, I got my chat back. No more freezing chat. The idiot who was doing it basically got exposed. YouTube researched it, figured out what they were doing, and completely took away their ability to do so.
Good,
Therefore,
good,
guess
good.
what? I'm back in business and full capacity, and everything was great. Attendance today
Full capacity.
was actually quite good for both streams, which I was pleased at, and we had a very positive
Ew.
time. However, to be honest, it was a little bit on the slower side for support, and I think the reason was just the last
Good.
few days with all
Get
the
the
chat
bed,
nonsense
get the
people
money
had really
wine in. I like
rallied
that.
for me, right? They were really
Make
sticking
sure
up
you
for me
tell
and
them that.
rallying and having a good time, and there was overwhelming.
You didn't
extra
quite give
support
me as much
the
as I
last
would have
few
liked.
days. Because of that, it kind of tempered out today, and that's all right. Let's talk about how the streams went and my opinions about it, because to be honest, I do think that maybe there's some changes in the works, okay? So today we did a DSP morning show, unlike the last few days where there was like big news and stuff to talk about. Today it was just kind of a celebration of the
Okay.
chat being back and starting to discuss things such as what should the next
Back.
DSP tries it be? What should we maybe do for a marathon if I do one in August? What should we do for the next box of Pokemon cards that I open? And stuff like that. But it was mostly chill vibes. Just an hour just hanging out. Right after
yes,
that
chill
hour
vibes.
ended, we jumped into Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin, now with path tracing mod enabled. This was actually my probably favorite stream that I've done of the game so far. Today, we went through a ton of Lost Bastille, unlocked the optional belfry area, did the whole belfry, then went into
Yeah, he was getting smashed to bits
the rest of Lost
constantly.
Bastille all the way up to the Lost Center.
It's painful. This
and
Dark Souls
then started
2
going to the
playthrough has been
Huntsman's Cop.
painful.
And I'm just going to say this about the game. The hardest part about Dark Souls 2 are the enemies, the regular enemies. They are
And
relentless.
Taylor, I see you.
And there's rooms that are
No, not
absolutely
really, but
full of
I
them
have
just
been like
mobbing you.
eating less the last, let's say, 3 months now.
And unless you know that,
I just cut
you are
out
just
a couple of
going
things
to
that I
die.
eat a lot
Like,
of. I
you have
ate
no
a lot of
chance
cereal,
surviving it the first time
especially
you run
late
into
at night. So it's
You
a
know,
lot
there's
of
a
like
room near
just
Majula.
like milk. Like I'd have like 2 bowls and like annihilate. Like even if it's not super sugary, like it's just too much. And I basically completely cut it out. I still sometimes have oats at night, sometimes, but that's pretty much all I did, and just kind of add a little bit more self-control in certain, like, you know, food purchases, like maybe one less like bag of sweets or something like that. I don't know what I weigh. I'm probably like 190 or maybe even lower, something like that. But yeah, I do look a little bit leaner. Like I've never been super lean, so I've always got like perfectly defined 6-pack, but I've never been like super bothered about it. But all my obliques and stuff are back now and like look quite shredded, and that even my legs, if I sort of like flex them, like you can see the sort of tear shape in the middle and that. Pretty good. Oh, sorry. I've not been training as much either, sadly. I do need to train legs soon.
And once you get a fragrant branch of yore, you can make a woman who's petrified be unpetrified. And then there's a latch or a button you're supposed to push to open the door. You hit the button, a ton of enemies come in behind you, insta-kill you. Like, what the? I didn't know that was going to happen, you know? So it's kind of trial and error in that way. But what's funny about it is most of the bosses I've one-shotted, even the tough ones. You know, like today we fought Ruin Sentinels, which everyone was dying to see me fight the Ruin Sentinels because everyone remembers my original Dark Souls 2 run and how they whooped my butt endlessly. I mean, I had to leave and then come back to fight them again later because I just couldn't beat them. Guess what? I think you can figure it out what happened this time, right? Same thing with the Belfry Gargoyles. Same thing with the Lost Sinner. Now, the thing is, I'm now using not only my flasks, but I'm using the life gems and things for these runs against the bosses, but for the most part, it's working out very, very well. It's hard, though. What's hardest are the stages and enemies because I can't see half the time because of the path tracing that's been enabled. So that end of the Lost Bastille, you know, the lead up to the Lost Sinner, you can't see anything at all. It's pitch black. So remember the giant monster that's in the water? You can't even see him. So it's crazy that you have to, like, dodge around and find stuff. I'm having to use the torch an insane amount of time, which is making the game infinitely more difficult because the torch is limited in this game. And I have to keep trying to find more torches to make progress, and I'm fighting bosses one-handed because I need the torch. Like, I had to fight Lost Sinner one-handed. Without the torch, I wouldn't be able to see in the boss fight. So anyway, good stuff today, like good progress. Huntsman's Cops is kicking my butt, all right? But I know that we'll get past it, and we'll get, you know, further in. So good stuff. And again, great attendance, okay? Support, over $100 of support, but we didn't hit multiple milestones. It wasn't as forthcoming as it had been previous streams. So we had one pack of Pokemon cards that was qualified to be opened, and I said, we're just going to save it.
Qualified.
I'm not recording this as separate videos. We're just going to save it, and we're going to do it tonight as the late stream. You know, what are you going to do? That's what happens when, you know,
qualified
kind of late
to be
last
opened.
minute. So that's
this
what we
pack
did,
is
basically,
qualified. This
saved
lucky
the
pack of cards is
for the
qualified
late stream,
here on
okay?
DSP Gaming.
The late stream was TCG Card Shop Sim. Now, I said I wanted to have an update on the future. To be honest with you, I do feel like we're hitting the end game wall of Card Shop Sim. We sent out our $11,000 valued card that we pulled last time for grading. It got graded 10, and it was worth $63,000. Okay? So we're trying to sell it. No one bought it right away, and I said, I know what we could do. We could do a tournament, have it be the top prize, and when people enter the tournament, their entry fees equate to the value of the card. So it's a way to get people to buy the card, but not really. So I'm going to make all that money once the tournament gets held. the thing is, it takes longer to get that many people to pay that much. So I think by the end of the night, we had 7 out of the 16 people registered. So probably next stream, we'll do the tournament and make $63,000
money
on this one tournament, which is going to be insane. So outside of that, what else did we do?
Sure.
We bought a whole new pack of cards and unlocked it with the license and started opening it. We streamlined everything that we were basically doing with stocking and everything. And basically, what I was saying to everyone was, you know, outside of hitting maybe level 50 and getting the final cards unlocked, there doesn't look like there's much else left to do. And someone recommended, all right, once you do this crazy tournament, use the money to buy the scanner. The scanner costs $12,000. Then you could just scan the tags on the shelves, and automatically stuff will be reordered for you. You don't even have to do it manually anymore. It just makes the game insanely streamlined. So I'm like, okay. So here's the thing. Great attendance, great engagement. Everyone had a good time. Support, we made a little over $100. So again, we had the freebie pack because I'm playing TCG. We had the carryover pack from Dark Souls, and we had one pack qualified for tonight. So we did
$50 an hour is no good.
We did get a hit, and it's an insanely low value hit. Not a great card. In fact, I'm almost positive we already had this one. It's only worth like $2. They can't all be winners, but this is what I mean. We didn't have anyone rallying to open packs or anything tonight. And I think what's happened is the hype and momentum slowed a bit because we had 3 crazy days of hype and momentum because of the chat freezing, and then I got it fixed. So today was kind of like, meh, kind of slow. It is what it is. I don't think that'll continue endlessly, but with TCG, what I said to everyone was, let's do one more stream and see how it does. I'm feeling like 1 or 2 more streams, we're basically going to hit the wall, and there's really not much left to do. So maybe next week, maybe the final week for TCG Card Shop Sim, and it may get retired. No. We'll see, okay?
I'm sure they're all bothered.
Particularly because it doesn't seem like there's massive hype for it anymore and people rallying to get packs open.
Rallying?
So maybe it is time to retire.
He was flexing there. Did you see that?
Thing is, we're going to need more for night streams because if you think about it, next week we're going to be doing Friday Night Fights again. That's cool. We're going to be doing some Pokemon Champions.
He was looking
again.
And saying
That's
it didn't
cool.
look good.
But then if we do TCG,
his arm
right,
didn't look good.
Ending,
he had to
what else are we going to do for night streams?
He had to like go like that
do a stream or two
to make him
where
look better.
We explore Steam, we look for new
like
games.
He goes like
we try
that
to see
and
if
it doesn't
anything
look
fits
good.
into the
He was
schedule
saying
and
he has
works.
to like, I had to like, I can't remember how he was doing it.
We'll have to see.
He was like leaning back and changing
I'm off
the
tomorrow.
angle.
I know it's
until they
weird.
look
I'm
good.
actually off on Wednesdays 2 weeks in a row. Very weird, right? It's not my intention. It's simply because there's appointments that I can only get during weekdays. And because of that, we had to have a line like this. So I'll actually be here Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday next week, and then off Wednesday again, if you can believe it. So how's it going to go? Well, I'm off tomorrow. When I return on Thursday, we're going to do a shortened level 1 podcast just to get everybody caught up. And then it's the premiere of Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced, which I'm very excited for. Assassin's Creed Black Flag is my second favorite Assassin's Creed game of all time. I only played it the once when it was new. Particularly, I remember actually really liking the ship combat once I got into it and got better at it. And the plot is interesting. The characters are well written. It's just a good story and a good game. And this looks like it's going to be great with all the new improvements that they've done to it. I think it's going to be a great playthrough starting on Thursday's daytime stream. Thursday night, we're doing something unique. If you remember, if you were here or if you watched back my Indivestance Day Marathon.
Oh, yeah.
We went through a bunch of classic games. We basically looked them up online,
sure
rated them for quality, and also looked at pricing, right? We did that for most of my games, but there is one giant bin of original NES, some Super Nintendo, I think some Genesis, some PS1, and a few more. It's just full of games. And what I'd like to do on Thursday night is have a DSP Grades It Chill with Phil stream where we're going to hang out, and I'm just going to sit there and grade those cards. I think that would be extra fun to just hang out with you guys for a couple of hours. I said cards, excuse me, grade those games. Sit there for a couple of hours, going through them, seeing what I actually have because I don't remember, cataloging it, and seeing if any of it has value. I'm almost positive that I have, like, you know, the original Mega Mans and stuff like that, and those could be worth a lot of money. So I think we will do that Thursday night as a special stream. Keep in mind, this week, Friday Night Fights returns on Friday.
Real special,
we're going to have the continuation of Pokemon Brilliant Diamond, more Dark Souls 2, of course, Assassin's Creed Resynced. It's going to be a great week of good variety and fun. I hope you'll come back on Thursday and start a fun, fresh week. I know it's weird that I'm not here tomorrow. I guarantee you people are going to come by tomorrow and be like, oh, where's Phil? I didn't realize. But I'll be back Thursday, all right? Everyone, I want to say thank you for an outstanding short week. Thank you for toughing it out with me during this time when all of this
Okay,
was going
did not
on.
expect
I
that.
really appreciate it, and I'll see you on Thursday. Good night. Peace out.
Okay, I did not expect both those enemies to attack me at the same time. This could be an issue. Oh no, yeah, that thing back there. One of them needs to back off. Okay, they can do that. Oh yeah, I'll take this. Okay, we'll fight the winner, which is most likely going to be that thing I'm locked onto. The demon lady. Oh, yeah, probably. Oh, maybe not. Demon lady's getting fucked up. You can't handle it. Yeah, she can't handle it. She can't get any of her combos going. Look, see how much damage she did, but she can't get nothing going. The enemies are so spammy. Yeah, let's go. Nice. Okay, we'll take it. Oh no, we'll keep that. I'll just have to remember. That's all. Riku, I'll see you. And Mr. Ponhayden. I'm sure I had some other video I wanted to watch. I have to. Oh shit. Oh. Oh, 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 oh. That's a bit much right there. Okay, that was a bit naughty. Take all your goodies, please. I've been this way. I don't know if I've been up here. But I'll beat the boss, the sorcerer lady. No, there's no new sports science, I don't think. If there is, Doobie Bro's not here. Bro, your PS5's overheating? That don't sound good. How? This is not good. Yeah, the boss is down there. Yeah. Just looped. It just all loops around. Again, I've done, I think, everything I can do here now. You have to come back here later. There's one last boss here. You gotta fight this, like, dude. This, like, Gandalf looking dude, basically. There's some bad guys here. Can't remember what's down there. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay. Could have been way worse. Quite excited for Mortal Shell 2. I'll probably play it. I don't know how much it... Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh. I don't know how much it's going to cost. bad. He's got red eyes. Oh. We're not taking any risks. I think these guys are gone once you kill them once. I can't quite remember. Oh, bro, we dodged on point right there. Okay, that's more heals or something. Let's go. Oh, it's just that. Sure, there's one of the things that means it costs me less to cast my spells as well. Your motherboard is dying. That doesn't sound good. Yeah, I did see that Connor Murphy died. I mean, the drowning is not cool. It was always, but that guy is just always a bit of a fuck up, dude. Spreading terrible info, doing dumb shit. He was just one of them. But I mean, yeah, it sucks for his family and that. But he was still a dick. I'm not gonna pretend that he wasn't a dick. I personally thought anyway. But I didn't see like a thing confirming it. I just saw reported or whatever. And then something about the locals saying he was basically like losing his shit. I don't know what actually happened. Who died? No one particular. No one. He's not that famous or anything. Just some semi-OG fitness influencer called Connor Murphy. He's not really a thing now. Less people know who he is now, I mean. I reckon. Okay. Let me think. He did not die of natural causes, hate army. He drowned, allegedly. It was like, again, going... It said... I read a thing that said he was going on a rampage. But, again, I don't know what that means. Oh, I know what it was. I do need to get a tea and a smoke for this, though. I'm going to do a little bit more. I know what it was.
This is Jonathan Ferguson, the keeper of firearms and artillery at the Royal Armouries Museum in the UK, which houses a collection of thousands of iconic weapons from throughout history.
Sit tight, I'm gonna get
and I'm your host, Dave Jewett, and today we're checking out weaponry spanning centuries as we break down some of the guns of the Assassin's Creed franchise.
We have a cock problem, Dave.
Wait.
Sorry, we. Yes, we. Well, those people that make these games. It's just a big, clunky British bit of nonsense. It's the Edwardian Desert Eagle. This blunderbuss pistol is a little bit absurd. It's absolutely huge. Now, metal is heavy. You don't need me to tell you that metal is heavy. Metal.
The extended edition of this episode is nearly an hour and a half long, and you can check it out on our Patreon right now. Link in the description below for that. But without further ado, it's over to Jonathan.
It's a new design, my friend. A mechanism for your wrist, but not a blade. In fact, it seems to be a kind of arma da fuoco, but as small as a hummingbird. Is that possible? I have no idea. Let's build it and find out.
Right, so I gather something of an Assassin's Creed gun marathon.
Yeah, we're going to look at pretty much every Assassin's Creed that has a gun in it.
I remember this. Just casual flying machine chilling in the back there.
One of the earlier inventions that Da Vinci gives you is a gun.
Indeed, yes. Well, as far as we know, he really did invent the wheel lock, not the wrist gun version. Yeah, so we have, we don't know for sure that Leonardo da Vinci invented the wheel lock, but the very first depiction or mention, and this is a depiction, is in his sketches. Circa 1504 is the date attached to those. Weirdly specific for a circa date, but nonetheless, 1500, 1504. And it shows a tinder lighter for lighting fires, and it shows a gun lock with this spring with a wheel that you crank something between a half and a 3/4 turn usually, and the sear locks into a notch, and then when you pull the trigger, it allows that to unwind, creating the sparks via friction with a piece of iron pyrite that's clamped in a pair of jaws. In fact, this is actually way too late. This is mid-17th century, but the very earliest wheel locks, clearly beginning of the 16th century. But there's the wheel. There are the jaws, or the serpentine, or the dog, we might call it. Pan cover, also from quite early on, they have automatic opening pan covers when you pull the trigger. So the pan is open there. You put your priming powder in there to create the initial flash, and you can see the teeth of the wheel. So this is a mid-17th century cavalry pistol, really perfected over the sort of thing that Leonardo was trying to depict there. But by the sort of 1540s, wheel locks are somewhat commonplace insofar as firearms are that commonplace. They're a sort of a rich man's game, and certainly the wheel locks are, because it's a lot of man hours to produce this mechanism, never mind the rest of the gun. The technology existed in this time frame, which is cool, and I appreciated the reference at the time. The Leonardo reference is great. That's as it should be. It would have been nice if they'd shown the sketch or had that available in the menu. I don't believe they did as a sort of collectible item, to look at the real sketch of the real mechanism that Leonardo really did draw and probably did invent as well, given that most of the other stuff he draws, he invented. Fascinating bit of real history, which these Assassin's Creed games, the early ones certainly, were very good at riffing on. Now, it being tiny and wrist-mounted, closest parallel we have to that, well, there isn't really one until much, much later. Your sort of Travis Bickle type wrist-mounted guns, and even then, not exactly common. I like the mechanic of the longer the hold, the more precise the aim. Like, you can go for a quick shot, but it's slow to reload, so you're better off like trying to. Now, obviously, in reality, the more you dwell in the aim, the more shaky you would get and the less accurate you get. But don't forget, you are aiming your whole arm here. The reload is kind of fudged, obviously.
That'll be common throughout all the weapons that we see.
But, you know, for a sequel, the first sequel, nice upping of the stakes. We've got our wrist-mounted extending blade, but now we've got a gun you can build into it as well. So we have like the hint of a flintlock cock there, and maybe the hint of a frizzen pan cover kind of something, and some nicely engraved bits of metal and arty bits and a barrel, and I guess the blade of the hidden blade and the straps and all of that. But we don't have any of the bits of a wheel lock firearm, really, except maybe the barrel.
So this is another one of Leonardo's inventions. In Brotherhood, there's a bunch of quests that revolve around destroying his war machines, so other parties can't use them. It features the sort of circular tank with all the cannons coming out of it. That's one of them, and this is another one, his machine gun.
Yes, the so-called machine gun. I would need to go back to the history on this. Did he come up with some sort of centrifuge-style bullet-throwing machine gun? I imagine they've based that on something from his folios.
I know he did there's like a mounted gun that's many guns arranged in either a line or like a fan.
Yeah. Well, now that's one that he definitely didn't invent. So he invented his own take on it. But the Ribordoquin, as it was called, is 100 years older than that, and was a known thing, form of artillery. And it then gets reinvented over the centuries as, musket barrels in a frame. Now, this is depicted as a gun.
Yeah, this is a gun.
A gun, yeah. Not clear how that's supposed to work. Oh, yes it is. Yes, it is. I see. Sorry, that's me being dense. Yeah, so it's a vertical arrangement of barrel, a vertical rotary set of barrels. Each one comes down into the aim, fires, next one comes into the... Yeah. So like a turret revolver on its side. That, I think, a version of... Those are the right words in the wrong order. There is a version of that, I believe, sketched by him. And I think by someone else, even earlier than Leonardo. There's some pretty crazy artillery designs out there from the very late medieval, early Renaissance period, where they're sketching all sorts of crazy stuff. Just because people draw something doesn't mean that it exists in real life. We should say that.
Yeah, because I think his machine gun was the tread wheel, and it was like a giant wheel that men would sort of stand on to rotate, and it would sequentially fire crossbows. So this almost looks like a miniaturized version of that.
This is interesting. See, I haven't come across this because I only played 2. I did not play Brotherhood, so I didn't know that this was in an Assassin's Creed game. So I'm going to have to kind of do a bit of follow-up on this and see what the inspiration is. But given how loose the wheel lock was to the real Leonardo wheel lock, I'm guessing you're on the money there, that they've gone, well, it's like a rotary crossbow thing, so we'll turn it into a gun because guns are cooler and more modern. / mashed up with some of his multi-barrel designs that he did sketch. So, be worth looking at.
We dive even deeper into the weapons of Assassin's Creed in our Patreon-exclusive extended edition, which has 35 minutes of Patreon-exclusive footage. Join today and you'll also get instant access to next week's episode too. Becoming a patron comes with perks such as 1 week early access to all of our videos, Discord access, and we have over 85 Patreon exclusive Director's Cut episodes and a bunch more bonus content available right now. Either way, whether you join the Patreon or watch along here on YouTube, I want to say thank you for supporting us, and now I'll get back into the video. Assassin's Creed 3 holds up so well.
That's good to hear, because I still haven't played the thing.
Well, this is from the remaster, and I recommend it. I know people were iffy on it when it first came out. I really enjoyed going back to play Assassin's Creed 3.
I did actually buy it, I've remembered. I just haven't installed it. So, yeah, maybe I will. It is the 250th of the US, and I, last year, about this time actually, was able to visit Lexington and Concord, where the first shots of the War of Independence were shot, which this pair of pistols from this game is a reference to. So General, as it says here, Major John Pitcairn, he lost his horse and therefore the saddlebags and therefore his prized pair of Scottish steel pistols. He was a Scot himself, albeit by this time this traditional Highland style of pistol was pretty much the preserve of people like army officers, because the Highlanders in the Highlands had been deprived of their arms, but that's a different story. And Putnam is the US general who was given them. I believe they were offered to Washington and he declined them for whatever reason. So General Putnam then carries them for the rest of the war. Really nice, cool historical inclusion in the game. And from what I'm seeing in the menu there, at least in the remaster, they're quite well rendered as well. Bit of a treat. We don't have Pitcairn's pistols, but we do have a very similar... We have a good collection of Scottish pistols here. Not as good as the National Museum of Scotland, of course, but ours is pretty good. And we have a pair of very, very similar to the so-called Pitcairn Putnam pistols. So, obviously steel barrel or iron barrels. It's just engraved steel, chiseled and engraved. Really quite beautiful things.
Yeah, I was expecting to see a lot of very beautiful firearms when I was putting this episode together, and you're not disappointing.
Not sure how our man has got hold of this pair of pistols. Guess he borrowed them for a couple of decades.
I think some of the inclusions are, you buy them from the shops, but because it's like the Animus, technically if your ancestor had memory of the pistol, maybe they could just include that into the game.
It's the Animus, not the Matrix. So the reload here is a bit less fudged, I would say. We don't see a ramrod, but we do see something going on with the pan and the lock area, something going on in here. It's kind of enough to give you the idea that these things are muzzle loaded and single shot, which is why, of course, you typically carried 2 of them. And these guys have belt hooks, which is actually not super common.
The way the firearm flows into the melee combat as like a finisher or a one-shot kill, it works so well. Some Assassin's Creed games do it better than others. I think 3 and Black Flag are probably the best ones.
And that's really the strength of these relatively early firearms, is that they should be super powerful for 1 or 2 shots, and then you're back to relying on your edge weapons or your impact weapons or your fists or whatever, or running away. Yeah, that does look quite a good flow of combat, actually. Something a bit John Wick about the...
I was about to say, it's like period piece John Wick.
I mean, I think this does speak to the history insofar as you've got that one shot. You know, it's kind of a functionally infinitely long bladed weapon equivalent to be able to do. So if you shoot from 10 feet away, you might miss. If, as they advised in cavalry manuals, you ride up and touch the muzzle to the enemy, you guarantee the hit and serious injury. It's essentially an automated sword thrust or lance thrust or whatever. Think of it that way. It's not so silly to be using it. Like, if you've only got that one shot per contact, per engagement, as it were, you better make it count. So if you have some skill, and they're not going to shoot you necessarily, get in close, do the grappling, do the edge weapon stuff, and then guarantee the kill, put them down with the pistol shot. I'm sure that was done. Maybe more of a naval combat thing, but that's cool. And he's doing it with style, with some Scottish steel pistols. Now, what do we have here? I'm sure there's something elsewhere or on display I could have chosen that'd be even better, but we have this is a pair as well, but I've just grabbed one of them. What we're seeing here is a side-by-side barrels, like a modern shotgun, side-by-side double locks, so 1 lock per barrel. It's the easiest way to do multiple shots at this period. And a somewhat similar spur butt-capped butt. So quite similar. This is also a French maker. Fair bit of French involvement in the 18th century in North America. Ah, no, I have misunderstood. So this is double lock, double barrel. The gun on screen is actually double barrel, single lock, which is functionally problematic because you've got one source of ignition that should fire both barrels at once. Or conceivably, you could come up with a mechanism that only fires 1 barrel, but you then need to re-prime and recock. There's no priming going on here. The pan and pan cover remain in the forward position at all times, whereas in reality, you would pour priming powder into there, close that pan cover so your powder doesn't fall out, so that you've got a striking surface ready here, and then full cop, and when you pull the trigger, scrape, sparks land in pan, flash, boom. So I haven't seen, and I can't envisage how it would work, a single lock with 2 barrels firing sequentially.
When I played this game for the first time back in the day, I recalled that one of my favourite things was fighting with a musket, both like melee, range, and flowing that together. And then trying it again in the remaster, I was like, it's still so cool.
It is cool, and I remember the version of that from Black Flag. I hate the musket in this. Like the way it's implemented as far as a single shot and then like a half pike staff weapon thing. That's absolutely correct as to what it was as a weapon. Why they made Brown Bess look like a Kentucky rifle is beyond me. There's so much source material to draw upon, and we have this massively curved drop butt, a patch box on there. I don't know if the artist was tasked with coming up with like a fowling piece for colonial forces, militia or whatever, and it ended up getting used as the musket for the British Army. It's far too elaborate. It's the wrong shape. It's a bit of a shame, but I can't argue with the combat, the animations, the way it's handled. I do happen to have, I have not grabbed a bayonet for it, but this is a pattern 1756 land service musket, which is the type that would have been in use at this time in North America. It's just a clunkier, chunkier, simpler weapon than what we see in the game with that distinctive, what they call handrail butt there. It's just such an iconic firearm. I remember at the time feeling like it's a missed opportunity to not do a faithful version of it.
Like being able to disarm an enemy with a musket, take the musket into your own hands, point it back at them, fire, and then engage in melee. And how that flows together.
Yeah, that jumping backstab there was quite impressive.
Yeah, obviously we can't know for sure, but I'm assuming that no redcoats were doing moves like that.
I think we can be pretty sure. So the complex manuals of fencing, systems of fencing weren't devised until later and were kind of always optional, really. The standard things were, guard, parry, thrust on the ground, not this kind of thing. Not even kind of throat stab necessarily. The only thing that's kind of maybe ahistorical, other than the jumping stuff, is probably the slashing with the bayonet. Again, I wish I'd grabbed one actually, but those are thrusting weapons, those socket bayonets. You could absolutely slash with it and it would be nasty, don't get me wrong, but it has no cutting edge on there. Fighting moves that are sweeping cut with something that's just a point, not very efficient. You're far better off working in this plane or over the head as they train to do, certainly when they're in line. So you can come in here with some leverage and maybe clear one of your friends in front of you. Then again, would it be nearly so cool if they'd stuck rigidly to what the drills of the day were? Nah. It's nice to project back it, especially as we are, if it's us doing it, we are a modern day person inhabiting essentially the body of well, not really, but you know what I mean. We can in theory improvise and do stuff that didn't exist at the time. So now this is this part of the main game or is this DLC? Because this is a different part of the...
It was a spin-off called Liberation.
Oh, vaguely rings a bell.
You play as Aveline, an assassin. One of the big points of this game is that she was born to a wealthy French father, but an African slave mother. And you can change your outfit to blend in with... You can put on a slave outfit, which means you're more covert, going through factories and other places that the elite might turn a blind eye to a slave being there. But it also means your weapons change, so you need much more covert, easily hidden weapons when you're playing in that role, which is why you have a pocket pistol. You're limited to a very, very small
I guess I'm going to get this.
A lady of the elite, you have I
guess I'm going to get
gun.
Black Flag.
So it's a weapon disguised in a different way. It was interesting the way that they'd tweaked the equipment that was available to you based on what role you're playing and what you're trying to blend in as.
That sort of situational loadout thing, I think it can be a bit frustrating if it's just dumped on you and you're, well, I want all the cool stuff I had. But I broadly approve of that because the whole kind of magic bag of holding thing is when you're quite immersed in the period and the technology, and suddenly you can just pull out the same suite of guns you've had all the way through. These games do it well in that you can grab a musket off a soldier and use that, but then you have to throw it away and you're stuck with what you've got. And the idea that your outfit dictates what you carry is absolutely the case. This is why pocket pistols, which is what we've seen the character using here, were a thing. It's not always culturally appropriate, necessarily legal or desirable to be carrying around a set of horse pistols or a Blackbeard scarf full of smaller pistols. Realistically, and I know this is not a realistic game, but you would have the one concealable single shot weapon, and then you'd have fists or whatever edged weapon you're allowed to carry or able to carry. So I love that situational approach. Now the pocket pistol looks to be brass barreled. Little bit of a kind of artistic license there, not copied off any real one. I would urge game designers to look at our online collection, contact us or other museums where you are, and copy it off something that exists, because then you're going to nail it.
But the fun...
This blunderbuss pistol is a little bit absurd. It's absolutely huge. Now, metal is heavy. You don't need me to tell you that metal is heavy. Metal. And so to make the barrel that thick and bulky relative to the size of the stock, bearing in mind it's a one-handed weapon, is not really very clever. You'd have to make the barrel walls very, very thin, and then that would limit the amount of charge you could shoot. Either a huge piece of shot, because real blunderbusses were used to shoot huge pieces of shot, or more typically, smaller pieces of shot, but lots of them. Either way, it's a mass of stuff going that way, and the pressure required to launch that at the required velocity to be lethal at a given distance means barrel bursts. So apart from it being a little bit of a mashup style-wise, it's also not particularly plausible size and bulk-wise. But I've noticed in the Assassin's Creed games, generally, they will play with scale. I think so the thing looks more impressive and more visually appealing in that third-person view. So that's probably a deliberate choice. What's not a deliberate choice is, yet again, we have a cock problem, Dave. Sorry, we. Yes, we. Well, those people that make these games have a problem insofar as, yet again, we've got. Let me grab. So let's have a look at a much more plausible blunderbuss pistol. Let's get this thing out of the way first. So this has a nice spring bayonet. I know you're going to want to see me do it. So there we go, just the once. Let's put it back out the way. But it is brass barreled. It does have the flared muzzle, a bit like the one we see in the game. And it does have a wooden stock that's stocked to roughly the same distance. It's much more plausible, smaller caliber, flared muzzle to aid in loading of shot. Not, as far as all available evidence shows, to make the shot spread more. That's limited by barrel length, powder charge, nature of the shot, much more than it is any kind of flare. So, problem we've got here, our cock problem, is that pretty much the gun is depicted like this. So, at rest, unloaded, unprimed, nothing in the pan open, cock forward. When he loads the thing, now you can skip it straight to full cock, like I've done there. Prime your pan, close your pan. It should fire from this position. And I don't think in any of the Assassin's Creed games does a flintlock actually fire from this position. So we're shooting into the air, which was the style at the time.
Screaming R.
Yeah, going, I can't believe I missed that one. Yeah. I like the it's not particularly realistic, but I like the sort of vortex ring of smoke. Like a smoke ring.
When you fire sequentially, all 4 pistols, because at this point I have got all the 4 pistols you upgrade across the course of the game. You start with 1, you get a second, you get a full belt. If you fire all 4, like the 4th shot, you can't see what you're shooting at.
Yes, and oft trumpeted disadvantage of black powder weapons. It's not a disadvantage, but it's kind of overstated. I mean, if you're one sharpshooter behind a hillock trying to engage an officer or something, then yeah, you don't want the puff of smoke, the pall of smoke to be there so that the guardsman can go, he's over there where that pall of smoke is. But in any kind of larger scale combat, some smoke in the air, if there's any kind of breeze, it's going to dissipate. Yes, under very heavy combat, a thick pall of smoke could develop, especially if it's a still day, might be a problem. I think it's overstated. Good that they represent the smoke in the game, though. And I think in this fantasy scenario of a one-man army, where things have gone wrong stealth-wise, the idea that you could make enough smoke to make life difficult for yourself is plausible enough and a fun bit of gameplay. Now, this is probably my least favourite thing. Now, I don't know what Ubisoft think a wheel lock is, but it isn't this. What they've got there, and I've still got my blunderbuss pistol in my hand, is a flintlock. Notice the flint and the lock. That's a flintlock. It's got a cock, points to cock. It's got a pan cover. Wheel locks have a pan and a pan cover, but it's not a pivoting cover like this. Reverting to this wheel lock. This is a wheel lock. Do you know how you know? It's got a wheel on it. It's got a round thing. There's no round thing on this pair of pistols.
Right.
They're also kind of overly stylized in look anyway. And when he shoots them, the cock and the pan cover don't do the thing the flintlock pan cover and cock are supposed to do. So it's not a good flintlock, and it certainly isn't a wheel lock. Did that impair my enjoyment of Black Flag? No, it didn't, because Black Flag was brilliant.
You just use different pistols.
I just used different pistols. Quick final word on the wheel lock pistols. So it isn't just the name they've taken. We do see Edward hand cranking something. Don't know what. But so I have to wonder if there wasn't a model change somewhere in development here where they designed something with a wheel on it that could be turned by hand. Wheel lock springs are too powerful to turn with your fingers. The only ones you can span, it's called spanning, and you use a spanner to cock them. We have some beautiful ones in the collection if you'd like to have a look at our website. Chiseled and carved and engraved and everything. Kept separate, they're not on the gun, they'd be tucked into a boot or hung from the belt, something like that. The only self-spanning wheel locks have a great big lever, so it's almost like a giant flintlock cock type setup. And when you crank the dog down onto the pan cover, because remember the wheel spins with the iron pyrite in place, it's not a snapping mechanism at all, it doesn't fall and make sparks. The thing that makes sparks stays put and the wheel turns under it. There are those with a lever where as you lower it down, that cocks the spring, and that requires a ton of strength to do. So it would be a single arc, like a very strong cocking of a hammer kind of animation, not this kind of thing. That's a fundamental misunderstanding of what a wheel lock is, but not as fundamental as representing them as
making noises.
So I don't think I appreciated back when I played this back in the day that the pistol swords actually shoot, and they have specific moves within a combo that includes Kenway shooting the
Could you miss
the gun
that, dude?
part.
I don't have any in here with me, unfortunately, but we have 3 or 4 of them in the collection, and we have some photos that hopefully you can show people of those. They come in lots of different styles. One common style is a pistol barrel alongside the strong of the blade. So you've got, the best ones actually are sturdy swords with a pistol built into the side of them, so you're not compromising the structural integrity of the edged weapon part of the combination weapon. Combination weapons are rubbish, generally speaking, but there are a couple of these pistol swords that make you think, for something light and fast, like a hanger type of sword, cutlassy type sword, maybe having that one shot on there is a good idea. And I think the depiction in this is pretty good, actually. Now, don't think we have any accounts of anyone ever using a pistol sword or a pistol knife, for that matter. I have no memory of using the pistol sword.
I definitely, I mean, I think I used them, but I definitely didn't appreciate that there was extra detail in them actually firing. Like you see at the end of the item description says that it finishes with an explosive combo, or finishes a combo with an explosive finish. And you see sometimes with that final stab, pulls the trigger.
Yeah, he shoots them, bro.
You see it fire.
Come on now, I remember that.
And it does extra damage. So it's an interesting way of adding that extra damage mechanic by using the gun part.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, now that you've slowed that down, so that's like a finisher on that guy.
The gunshot and the flash and the smoke is much more muted, and like you say, when you're surrounded by a bunch of different enemies, it's easy to miss that detail, I think.
Where's young Tom?
Fire! Captain, the whole place shut down! Fire!
Cannon ready!
I think there would have been riots if I didn't include at least some ship footage as well.
Yeah, now that's the swivel gun there. Not bad. Doesn't quite look like any swivel gun I've seen. We have some at our Fort Nelson Museum, by the way, if you want to check those out. Bit stylized, but recognizably a swivel gun with a tiller on the back. The cannon, the naval guns on their carriages look pretty good. And the naval combat was just so much fun in Black Flag. Different types of shot.
It's another thing we need to thank Assassin's Creed 3 for, bringing that into the series. The boarding,
it's kind of true.
Was so much fun. Like climbing your own mast to get an advantage, and even like using the ropes to swing onto enemy vessels and taking them as your own.
No, it was all very good, and I don't know why they didn't just do it again for for the other game. It shall not be mentioned.
You there! Stay! Where you are.
Now that looks like it's
Remember
supposed to be a Girardoni air rifle.
Yeah, so it's silent.
Remember
it's called
Rogue?
the air rifle. I think it's basically standing in place of the blowgun that you get from Black Flag. For the most part, it gets an upgrade later.
Yeah, because I've just seen someone get poisoned by it, or like
it's shooting
berserked
darts.
by it.
Yeah, it's sleep darts, berserk darts.
Okay. Yeah, so they've gone, oh, there's this cool historical air rifle. We can use that as a substitute for the thing we already did. I'd rather they hadn't done that, and I'd rather they represent it as it actually was, which was a lethal
Listen, this is a
repeating
knockoff
gun
game already.
with 20-something shots.
And it's Ubisoft,
that
come
could
on now.
penetrate a plank of wood at 100 yards, i.e. kill you. So, to make it this less lethal thing, yes, of course, you could, like,
You know
adjust the
Ubisoft
valve
are going to
and
do that.
not use a magazine system and load a dart. It's not implausible. Although it is implausible that you'd be able to consistently put someone to sleep with medication at distance. But anyway, they have sort of based it on the Girodoni. The buttstock air tank is quite visible. The cock slash hammer slash valve release is roughly
Those
how
needle
it is on the
ones,
real
come on
thing.
now.
We have 2 or 3 of these, I think. Maybe, one is on loan, I think. None of them where I am, unfortunately. Something we need to cover on our channel at some point. But the buttstock unscrews. It's not really a buttstock. The butt bulb unscrews, and you attach a pump to it, and you stirrup pump the hell out of it until it's got enough air pressure for, lethal force, at least. It was not silent. Powerful air guns, powerful enough to kill a person, or a deer, or whatever, make quite a loud pop. Anyone who's ever shot an air rifle knows they're not silent. They're not this quiet. It's a noticeable
Bro, it's the
pop.
stealth option.
I mean, the big 50 cal air rifles, it's essentially a bang. You are displacing, you're creating a pressure differential when you shoot the thing, just similar to when you shoot a gun, but without the explosion happening, obviously. But there's still high pressure inside, low pressure outside. That rapid change makes a pop or a bang. It's their own version of it. They've pivoted to a less lethal version. It doesn't look that much like a Girodoni anyway, so I'm not offended.
Well, this is positioned as a stealth weapon in the game, all the way up until you get a grenade launcher attachment.
Yeah.
I'm definitely in tomorrow.
An air gun grenade launcher is a bizarre concept.
I mean, you can get sleep grenades, but there's also just grenades.
You need those grenades on.
Oh, so it does. Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess you could launch a grenade with air pressure. I wouldn't.
Yeah, come on
It
now.
would have a huge range, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere near it.
Unity.
Okay. The duck's foot pistol. So this is the way this is implemented.
Oh, Unity
is
is still sick.
Huge, frankly. We do have one this big. It's a butchered wheel lock from the 17th century that someone in the 18th century thought it would be a good idea to graft 4 barrels onto the outside of, and is a travesty in that respect. The one that this is modelled on, or the type that this is modelled upon, is this. Now, it looks quite big in true Father Dougal fashion when it's close to the camera, but when you see how big it really is, and that's typically how big they are. So they've effectively scaled one of these up. They've even included the key notches, which are for screwing off these barrels. These are loaded like a pocket pistol, powder in the chamber, ball sits in the cup, barrel goes on top, and then a spanner that goes in the muzzle to tighten it up. That's not rifling, that is a keyway, essentially. And they've copied that on this. So how does this play out in terms of the spread of the shot?
You can hit multiple targets. It's hard to do it on purpose. If you hit someone to the left or right of the guy you're actually aiming at, it's sort of like a bonus. I imagine in reality, I mean, it's not great to keep a firearm safe that just goes that way. But you can, in theory, shoot other people, and obviously it's very high damage because it is shooting multiple shots.
Which I think is realistically more the purpose of if they ever had a purpose beyond being a novelty. You're going to get, well, I don't know. See, the displaying would say otherwise, and would say that it's about hit probability. So I guess I have to say that. But I did once put a laser down the barrels of this one, and like stood 2 meters away from a wall, and the spread was such that you could easily miss all 4 guys in front of you, or hit all 4 guys in front of you.
That's what he gets to do all day.
You're
That's a
either
pretty
missed
good
by
job,
it
right?
or you're missed by it.
Minced. Minced by it.
Bro's just cataloguing historical guns.
now,
Come on now.
We're going
Being
to
an
need
expert.
weapons.
Just leave that to the professionals. Where did you get that?
Now this thing, this axe gun, lots of variations on this. We have 3, I think.
I like that they call it the guillotine gun because that makes it slightly more French.
Yeah, well, you could, I guess, try to chop someone's head off with it. This is more elaborate, funnily enough, than my favourite axe gun in this collection. That's something that only I can say, really, isn't it? Don't take it for granted. We have a Swedish-Danish naval, like very early 19th century, boarding axe gun combo. Really, really cool. We have a video on that. It's filmed a long time ago. It's not very good. Maybe we'll redo it. But you might want to check that out. This is much more elaborate, bigger, more powerful. Looks robust enough to actually function as an axe with all of that impact and shock, and as a gun. Now, in this case, it's actually a hand mortar or grenade launcher that's also an axe. I'm trying to think if I've ever seen one of those that wasn't some sort of replica. I'm not sure I have. Combination axe guns, though, yes, and they were even military issue or naval issue in Scandinavia. So they're a real thing. Rather bold to combine an axe with a grenade launcher, but and it's a bit chunky and a bit
bold,
fantasy in its style, I would say. I prefer one styled after a historical one, but it works fine in the game. It's not implausible, looks the part. The animations go nicely with it.
Yeah, I was going to say that the normal sword fighting's very sort of considered and flowy, and it's sort of like saber and rapier fighting, and then you get this thing and it's just ka-chunk. You can also shoot it while in melee, but it's not recommended considering the effect it has.
I like the way he flips it before he stows it on his back. And we've actually got some leather loops that he's putting it into as well. It's not just floating there. Albeit good luck trying to locate that thing in. It'd be like, you boy, help me with my grenade axe. I remember this. This is a slightly quirky take on a pepper box. Double lock, 8-barrel, apparently a revolving cluster of barrels.
Right.
I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, I wondered if that like wrist motion is meant to imply that it revolves.
Yeah, I think it is. But either there's a mechanism that turns the cluster of barrels, like an actual pepper box, which this isn't, or it's manually rotated, which we do have. Multiple barrel, manually rotated guns were a thing at this point, for sure. We have some. But 2 locks? If you're rotating it into the next firing position for the next set of barrels, let's say it's grouped into 2s, 3s, whatever that's supposed to be. It'd have to be a group of 4, wouldn't it? So, but then why would you need to turn it? You would just fire one side with one lock and the other side with the other lock. There's no consideration, again, here of why we have a lock mechanism versus why we have so many barrels. And it's just like almost literally hand-waving the reload. Like, ka-chunk, something's happening, don't worry about it. The design of the gun's really cool. Looks good. Looks plausible. Until you start thinking about how it would actually function. And of course, we're getting many more shots out of it than is plausible for the number of locks without re-priming, re-cocking. Pepper boxes weren't a thing at this point. Volley pistols were. Revolving barrel clusters were. Even fixed barrels in front of a revolving cylinder were a thing. But not guns that revolve a barrel cluster automatically, or certainly guns that revolve by like flicking the wrist. Bit of an odd choice.
By Syndicate.
Syndicate. I was excited for this. Coming off the back of the big steampunk craze. Not that it is really steampunk, although it could have been more so, given the ancient civilization magic stuff. But anyway, we got a nice mishmash of Victorian firearms, many of them out of period, because this is 1880s, is it not? Too early for things like this from 1904. So it's the Mars pistol. The one in the game is highly decorated. I'm not aware of a lavishly decorated Mars. I wish I was. Plenty of real estate, nice flat surfaces for you to do that with. And they've done a nice artist's job of making it look a bit bling in the game. Nice, relatively obscure, clunky, early self-loading pistol to put in a Victorian game. It's a bit awkward and heavy for this kind of dynamic combat, but this is essentially a 45 Magnum, or close as you could get with period propellants. A long case, relatively high pressure, and then I think the main problem that's complained about in trials with the recoil is because of this gubbins that comes shooting out the back of the gun and how high over the bore that is, and that gives you a ton of muzzle flip and what was apparently some very uncomfortable recoil. It's just a big, clunky British bit of nonsense. It's the Edwardian Desert Eagle, but it's very cool, and I'd like to do some more research.
I'd not actually heard of this gun before. Well, it's not called the Beaumont Adams in game. So in game, this is simply called the 54 bore 1856 revolver.
Okay, so it's introduced in 1854, if I remember correctly, not 1856, but close enough. It is one of the few firearms I own myself. Is not this, but it's its predecessor, the 1851 Adams. Far better revolver than the Colt, all day long, but it costs a damn sight more as well. The Beaumont Adams is so called because it has patented features introduced by Beaumont, notably the ability to... It's essentially a modern double-action revolver. The old-fashioned Adams was self-cocking only, so you pull through on the trigger, really lovely triggers on these, cocks it, fires it, no spur on the hammer. The Beaumont Adams, as adopted by the British Army, gives you that essentially a modern double-action revolver in the 1850s. Percussion, I should say, still percussion. So we are capping five nipples, and we are muzzle loading 5 chambers. We are ramming each ball firmly down onto its powder charge. So very laborious to load, very quick to shoot. And this is the era, not exactly, but along the lines of what we see in Syndicate. You've got one of these with 6 shots in a holster on your belt, and then you've got a sword.
Son, this beach belongs just to you. It doesn't exist out in the world. Everything you see here is from the past, your past. One of your ancestors visited this place long ago, forever writing their memory into the fabric of your DNA. Animus Ego unlocks these genetic memories for you. To sense, wander, and connect. Like grains of sand which began as rocks, you have been shaped by these past lives, honed into who you are today.
You've been light.
Your journey to mindfulness begins through these ancestral
Animus segment
memories for a total perspective on what makes you you.
New memory streams are activated now.
Was that turned on?
Erase self-doubt, fear, and weakness.
Apparently there's drops for this.
Give yourself the confidence to conquer the world.
Follow the trail, and we'll be in touch. Welcome to the dark.
No one wants to play that one. Yeah, we have it all normal. When this dropped. I don't know if I have to turn it on. Please. Oh my god.
She's on us! Can you see her? Man battalions!
Okay, we're gonna have to like do some really quick very quickly here. I think so. I think that one I want all of them. Yeah, I did what's name as well. as part of it. Oh no, we don't gonna do that. I think that's it. Where's the sensitivity? Oh yeah. Try that. Keep it more sensitive, but I can do it. Oh.
Someone take the wheel! We can scuttle her! We'll give a good broadside!
Can't quite remember. Oh, bro, the visibility. Oh my god. Oh yeah, there's guns at the front. You don't get all this though. We're getting fucked up though. Oh. No.
We'll give a good broadside!
Oh, they missed what? Ah, that's terrible. Okay. Here we go. Oh my god. I sort of like aimed way higher than I thought I needed to.
Douse the flames! Get in there, you mongrel!
Is it dangerous? Edward? Privateering, is it dangerous?
Wouldn't pay so nice if it weren't.
Why not sail with the King's Navy? Earn a proper wage, sail under gentlemen.
Sod the Navy's gentlemen. For every shilling I'd earn, the captain gets 600. That's no way to earn a fortune.
We don't need a fortune.
It's not about need, Caroline. I want food that don't make me sick. I want walls that hold back the wind. I want a decent life.
How long would you be gone with these privateers?
A year, I reckon. 2 at the most.
All right. No more than 2. Promise me.
Sod it.
Damn!
Alright. I mean, it does look good. And I've got it on, like, the mode without the ray tracing and that, you know, performance shit.
Was it good for you as well?
Havana. I must get to Havana.
Well, I'll just build us another ship, will I?
I can pay you. Isn't that the sound you pirates like best? 100 Eskimos.
Keep talking.
Will you or won't you?
You don't have that gold on you now, do you?
Bloody fucking pirates!
I'm on to you, Snakesby!
Oh, yeah?
Follow and I'll kill you!
Come on, mate. We're off to a bad start. We could work together on this. It's 100 leagues or more to Havana. Will you walk that distance?
Bro is running. Okay. I cannot wait to relive his story with you guys. That's what he said. That's literally what he said. Let's, I don't know if I can toggle. Let me... I'm not sure if I want it this way. I kind of prefer it. Where's the... Oh, there. Right. Sprint. And I want it to be trigger. Okay. Oh, shoot. We can have shoot on the thing. I'll see how it goes with the click. I kind of like having the thing on a hold, like a hold input. Like the old games, but it is conflicting. How's that not conflicting? Oh yeah, I just don't like it. Yeah. Alright, we'll see. Let's see if we like it this way, because it's just like a toggle thing. It's not bad. You just hold in A. Free running, really. It's kind of weird. The hold B's a free run down. We can like back eject and stuff as well. I think it says from any height. Yeah. I think I had to let it turn that on. It said advanced free running. And one of the things was the like basically not I prefer it like this, but it used to limit you, like you couldn't always do the back eject thing from any height, like you couldn't do the tap like that. But this one it's gonna let you out. Okay. Okay, goodies, yeah, good. Anything else? Oh. Oh, come on, we nearly missed goodies, come on. Early on, when everything costs loads and you got fuck all, you have to grind it out. Draggers, I see you. That's literally just going to be push forward and press B. Do leap of faith. Can we do leap of faith? Oh no, there wasn't one. Right, well we just free run down anyway. But yeah, we could have done it. We could have done it to there. Maybe you do have to tap. Where'd he go? Oh.
Posh git. Where's he running to?
What stuff we got? There he is. It just ran. Probably something down there.
Forget what I said. We can start over.
Off, you vulture!
Oh! Bro, get this fuck now.
This one vanishes into shadow.
It wants me to get the stuff, look. It wants you to stop and grab stuff as well. Oh.
And now we've drawn swords, mate. I'm beginning to think you're not keen on my aid.
My business bears greater purpose than a thief like you could comprehend.
Yeah.
I warned you.
Why the ill temper? Hiding
We
something?
definitely, it definitely wasn't like this when the game came out. Okay, yeah, good.
We don't have to fight. Let's make a deal.
Filthy cutpurse!
Okay, we got just mash a right bumper so far. We got dodge, we can parry.
It's painful.
Die,
Let's
you
go.
leech!
Perfect parry, let's go. And we dodged him. Yeah, pretty good. Timing feels quite nice. Oh, that was right. Sneaky one there. I did that. Oh, okay, we can finish. Oh! Finish. Yeah, me too, and blows and big ups. I also, it was one of the, I remember when it was when the Xbox One came out. It must have come out on both platforms at the same time. But right as the Xbox One came out, when I got it, the new console, this was the first game I played on it. This and I think Battlefield 4. These were the first two games I played on it.
We have the means to reward you handsomely. Though I will not know your face by sight, I believe I can recognize the costume made infamous by your secret order. Therefore, come to Havana in haste, and trust that you shall be welcomed as a brother. Su más humilde servidor, el gobernador Laureano Torres y Ayala.
Mr. Walpole, let's collect your reward.
Okay.
Now to find my way off this bleeding rock.
There's a stealth mode. Okay, raise. Oh my gods. Do you know how many Come on, dude. Oh, we need some shanties now. We need Lever Johnny, bruv.
That schooner'll do me just fine. If only I can preserve some of its crew.
Well, leap of faith is A. Hey, a chest. Yeah. Right, we got goodies already. What, boy? Right, don't start that, cat. Everyone's having a nice time. Right, I'm smoking as right. In a minute, it's not. You're not gonna like it. I'm already telling you now, just so you know, boy. Hey, just so you know, lad. It's still happening. It's still going on. Yeah. Yeah. What? Can you hear all this? There's a little like half like. Oh, cat! I gotta like lock in right here because we got some stealth segment. Oh, we could just jump in there.
Give me one reason I shouldn't bend your skull. Time to join the Celestial! Take my sugar! Take anything you like! Ah!
I've got better things to do.
Brother's looking. Okay. Oh yeah. Well, that's it coming up as well. That's all Odyssey stuff. Because I was like, yeah, all right, when it prompted me. Because even though it was a grind we were talking about the other day, it took me so many times. I should really still try and go back and do it. Oh, we can knock him out from right here, even though he's facing me. That geezer might see it, but whatever. Okay, that's good.
Time to gut you!
That was pretty dope.
By God's grace, sir, you saved me. A profusion of thanks.
Is that yours?
It is my vessel, yes. But here
Did you know like how we walked in on him, bro?
And I have no art for
That quick
sailing.
little
I can
dodge.
pilot her myself, no mind.
What, boy?
You don't mean to abscond
Yeah,
from my
ship's
ship?
cat. You'd be no good on a fucking boat.
What's your name, friend?
Steed Bonnet.
Well, Mr. Bonnet, let this stay
Oh,
twixt us.
batteries.
But I'm on a secret errand.
Right,
for His
excuse me,
Majesty
I
the
need to
King,
get
God
batteries.
save him, and I must get to Havana with speed.
Oh, that is a relief, sir. Havana is also my destination. Our ways lie together.
Natural allies, then.
You put me at ease, sir. To think I took you for a pirate when you first appeared.
Did you?
Yes. You have
Uncommon way of handling yourself. Quick and easy, if I may say. Gave me quite a fright.
Hang on. Doing it. It's the seat, don't get any ideas.
All things considered,
I don't know.
to be a rather fortuitous
I don't know
day,
what
isn't it?
parts are historical and what parts are. I couldn't tell you that, sadly.
Lacking
A lot of them are, I
I'm
think.
afraid we'll have to swim to my ship.
Hardly the worst thing to happen.
Fucking sharks in this game. Terrifying.
It was no thanks to you lot that I'm back. You can
In the show, he grapes a woman. Bro!
Welcome aboard,
Okay.
Duncan. She's a modest schooner, but well suited to my purpose, trafficking
Yes, that's
cargo
crap.
from my plantation and such.
She'll do fine.
If you are so inclined, you may steer her yourself. My helmsman and quartermaster were among those killed.
Ready yourselves, lads. The Spanish Navy hunts in packs, and we make for Havana.
Ahoy!
Has a good
Where's
feel.
there's a way to zoom out so you can see. It might be when you're going faster, you hold or whatever.
There's a tug of the wind at my hair. I find a bracing comfort in the feel and smell of the ocean. The raw stink of possibility.
That's a top way of seeing it, mate.
I don't know if I can do it yet. Can't we make him sing yet? Give us a song, lads.
There's a strong wind now. Let's strike to full, shall we?
Yeah.
We've really opened it up now, haven't we? Ha ha! Oh, what a magnificent creature! You're a natural sailor, Duncan.
I did a decent trick at the helm some time ago. 2 years before the mast as a privateer.
Dash my buttons. Your life seems a grand one, if I may say. So full of adventure. How marvelous.
I've seen my share of strangeness, aye.
Anything I didn't like about this game is there weren't quite enough. The cities were good. I think it was mainly Havana and then Kingston, right, were the two major cities. They weren't quite big enough. They were good though.
Lively Havana. I'd been here once before. It was a truly awful pleasure.
See someone you know?
No. Just putting on a friendly face. I shouldn't want to be mistaken for a pirate again.
Right. Flash rogue like yourself must be cautious.
Yeah. Mad to think Spain and England were at war 2 years ago, isn't it? Here I am, bartering with Spaniards like they were my
The
cousins.
big booty Latinas. Is that what you're looking for? We check it.
No, it's nothing. Sand in my hampers. So where's the best squad in town? I'm dying for a quick kip. Or a siesta, should I say.
I'm just headed to a public house now to meet some merchants. I could show you the way.
Well, lead on.
I hope you'll tarry a bit while I conduct my meeting. It'd be a great relief to have a man of your stature nearby in case of a misunderstanding.
I can hang about.
Okay, we got follow mode, nice.
Splendid. A drink. Gracious. What a revolting sight.
But they don't take kindly to pirates here, do they?
Ah, yes.
Wonder how many stolen reals bought these men this purge.
Why he didn't just... He starts running.
Another evening?
Hola, ladies.
I actually have to tap it to run.
No, they charge money for that kind of privilege. A few dozen reals for every hour of knowing. Keen to meet them?
No, goodness no, I'm a married man.
Married men are their forte, mate.
Yeah, it looks pretty in that. Looks nice. We like it. Looks squishy.
I should acquire a blade
It's got
for
the
myself,
vibe.
Duncan, just as you have. Perhaps a small dagger would suit me. Oh, we'll be quite the pair, you and I. Twin
It's got
devils.
the vibe.
Maybe
Boost.
I'll buy a sword
Nothing.
too, and we'll both jump rank. Lend us a few reals, then. I did save your skin.
Ah, of course.
Cheers.
Yeah, bro. Buy the British cutlass.
What have you been eating?
We must have got some sort of pre-order bonus, right? I also switched my Xbox to Australian location so I can play it early. And it worked. Okay. Is that all we're getting? Oh, come on, bro.
That's
It
a
ain't-
better fit for me. How do you fare?
I had only enough for a small knife, sadly. Still, it'll do in a pinch. Oh, puffer duff.
How do I draw?
I've led us astray, Duncan.
Oh, no matter. I'll get us a better view. What are we looking for?
A tavern with a sort of courtyard interior. My goodness, you're an agile chap.
Every finger's a fishhook. That's how you tell a true sailor.
Yes, a fine way to put it.
Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. That's new. He's not wobbling. A lot of the time in the old games when they get right up to the top of a thing like that, they wobble on top of it. But he's kind of just perching. That's pretty dope. I'll give him that. Where are we looking? Oh, I've got to go there. They figured that out at least. Bro, Lost in Technicolor, I see you. And Wardy B.
I think I see the place. We're not far.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's not behind. Oh, I can't breathe.
Don't make me chase you into the
My heart
harbor.
stopped.
Stop or I'll break your knees when I catch you.
I haven't got a blade yet.
You robbed the wrong man, mate. A fellow with dangerous friends.
Nice.
That's a heavy purse, Mr. Bonnet.
Okay, just brutalized him. We need them to fix that shit.
Duncan, by Jove, you're alive.
Of course I am. That filch was no fuss.
Ah, did you catch that rogue?
Aye. and I'll be buying the first round with the money I pulled off him.
Oh, wonderful. First my ship, then my purse. It's twice you've saved me now, Duncan.
And don't forget your skin. I saved that too.
Yeah, thrice then. Very good.
Out of the way!
Oh, my word. Havana grows livelier
Well,
all
don't
the
start.
time.
Each funster we meet makes me more impatient to drink. Come on.
Ah, this is the spot.
The sea has much to offer, but a popping tavern always draws me back to shore.
The map. Can't remember how big the map is. It's not that big. Yeah, there's stuff going on. There's like a port and a fort you got to like blow up and stuff. I can't remember that. Is that where we started? Yeah, I don't remember. That must be Kingston, maybe. As I say, there's two. Isn't there Nassau as well? But it's not very big. Yeah, that's Nassau. Right as I say it, it's like, oh yeah, that's yeah. But that's not as big.
Hopping, yes. I would normally prefer to conduct my affairs somewhere quieter.
Give me. Oh, whatever.
Take your time, I'll be just here.
Fancy meeting no Welshman deep in Dago country. I'm English myself. Biding my time till the next war calls me to service.
Lucky King George, having a piss pot like you flying his flag.
Oi! Skulk! I've seen your face before. You's mates with them pirates down in Nassau.
Shut your fucking gob or I'll fill it with shot, you hear me?
Edward, is it? Ooh. You bastard!
Hey, I warned him.
Okay, I'm smoking as well.
Come on! I'm still standing, lads. A thing of beauty.
Ah.
You'll have to hit harder than that.
Get him with a stone cold stunner.
You're not leaving me.
I'll catch you up.
Perro inglés!
I've had all I can drink at present, lads. You go on without me. Hopefully, Steed wasn't pinched by those guards.
Didn't see a seat. No, yeah, we did it. We did it. Yeah, get
De momento haré como que no ha ocurrido.
Okay, cool. Right, what stuff we got? Gear is restricted. Some of this trinket stuff. Crafting, yeah, kind of remember that. Yeah, I can't change. Oh! Okay, that must be pre-order. Oh, yeah. Black beards, crimson swords. Oh, let's go. Yeah, you know we want the ridiculous... Look at that. Let's go. You know I want the ridiculous red pre-order swords. What else did I must have got something else. We can't quite do... Let's just do the next quest.
That's smart.
Sorry about the swift exit. Bit of a misunderstanding.
One heaped upon another.
Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, mate. This is my doing. I'm only trying to keep these Spanish eyes off me.
Oh, it's no bother. Regrettably, the soldiers confiscated my sugar. When your dispatches.
Damn! And where have they gone?
Haven't the foggiest idea, I'm afraid. I suspect those chaps might, but my Spanish is muy mal dad, so I'd rather not ask.
Shit! Come on, let's give ear to their talk and recover my maps.
And my sugar?
What, in my drawers? We'll see what happens.
What was it? It's 10:30. Play a bit more. I'm feeling it.
Very good to sell. The sugar and such.
Hang on, we've got to eavesdrop them. Oh,
Need to stay out of sight.
Whoa.
You don't mind me tagging along, do you?
Not if
I'm
you keep
chilling
quiet
out,
and
it's
stay
fine.
out of sight.
I'll hide just here, shall I?
Quiet!
Oh, it said eavesdrop. It said it. It said it. No, not that. No. It said it. Where was it? Right there? Unfortunate. Oh. Okay, oh. Well, I just knocked him out, so now I can't.
Damn. Can't lose them.
Oh, wait, no, wait. It's fine. Where are they? Oh my god, he's there. Oh my god. Oh, they're all over me. This is ridiculous. I'm doing terribly right now. We've got to vanish, son. I'm doing real bad, right? Doing real bad. Should have gone up on the roofs. But they're still looking at everything.
Oiga, no había necesidad de
It's fine.
eso.
Calm down. Oh my god, he's seen me from all the way over there. Get back. Get up. Oh, this cunt. How close by? Yeah.
So, you've come to stare at the beast, have you?
Bro, Ludwig. Is he going to let me do this? Thank you, Ludwig, for the raid. I appreciate that. We're just playing the Assassin's Creed thing. I wasn't sure if I'm going to buy it, but they done me. Ubisoft still done me. Oh, we're not going to knock this guy out. We've got eavesdropping. What? But he ain't talking to no one. You steal off him? Oh, yeah. Yeah. There we go.
This Captain Mendoza plans to move our goods. Can't have that.
He's over there.
I've never seen a hanging before. Barbaric. You are going to watch, aren't you?
Not this time,
Right.
mate. Better if you stay out of sight.
Yeah, it definitely it definitely made the free running better. It's still a bit weird, the controls, because it's kind of just on the one button now. I can manually jump and do a few things that in previous games that you couldn't do, and it wasn't in the original. I'm 90% sure. Whoa, let's go. So yeah, the free run is nice. Which makes it feel maybe, I don't know about fresher than it deserves, but definitely like just fresher than maybe just way improved visuals, even if it was much older, you know? There's guards over here.
He wouldn't be dodging his debts now, would he? No, no. The man on the platform there is the captain. Ah, and let the show begin. For the crimes of forgery,
Oh, he's the guy.
arson, smuggling, theft, and murder. All in the name of piracy.
That's the guy.
Samuel Carlstock, you are hereby sentenced to be hanged by the
Oh, no.
neck until dead. Do you have any last words?
Like many of you, I came to the West Indies for a better life. It is my view that it...
Let it be known that we offer no quarter to pirates and smugglers in Havana. Ah, senor, you've come for the sugar. I've come to see your debts paid. See, indeed. Follow me.
Uh-oh.
Have you enjoyed your time in Havana? I'm only here to collect what's owed. I too have debtors, Captain. Surely you have time for the local girls and local men.
Okay, okay, it's on.
Public hanging's enough fun for one day. So there's a curious bauble amongst the cargo you seized. In proof, I cannot say what it is.
It's totally on.
Slaves to trade. It could be yours. You will see it for yourself soon enough, senor.
Oh, no.
The Castillo is just ahead.
The Castillo. I'll just slip in and out with my goods.
Ah, yes. There's definitely a few ways in here. Maybe a way with the water. Way there. Oh, no, no. Ah, yes.
If anyone got into the Castillo, they never reached the top alive.
The captain says he wants double ward on the upper storeroom, so that's what we do.
Okay, there's quite a lot of dudes in here.
My stuff is nearby.
There's quite a lot of dudes. Oh. Okay. If they move, can I make it work? If he moves, we're in trouble. If he don't move, we're okay. Yeah. That guy moves, I might get seen. Okay. They're all handily looking away. I should really be looting these guys, but whatever.
A locked room. This must be it.
We have more sugar than we owe. That is certain, senor. Perhaps you would want that as well.
Perhaps.
Okay.
With this bubble you've been teasing. Let's see it.
It is safely locked away. Let us settle the sugar first.
Found the key. Let's see if it works.
Thank you. Just whilst I knock all these guards out. And they're hanging out checking.
Here's my goods. Time to tell Bonnet the bad news.
Yeah. I do like how it feels. The free running flow is really nice, I will say.
Sorry about the sugar. I've only one
Like
pair
really
of hands.
nice. But yes, by the way, sorry, big up to Ludwig. Anyone? Thank you, Raid, and that. I appreciate the fuck out of you, dude.
I've got,
I hope you had a nice day.
to make a profit on my trip.
Will you stay here long?
For a few weeks, yes. Then back to Barbados to the tedium of domesticity.
Don't settle for tedium. Sail for Nassau. Live life as you see fit.
Haven't I heard that Nassau is crawling with pirates? Seems a very tawdry place.
Not tawdry, liberated.
Oh, God. That would be an adventure. But no, I'm a husband and a father. I have responsibilities. Life can't be all pleasure and distraction, Duncan.
Hey, Bonnet. The name's Edward, in truth. Duncan's only a handle.
Ah. Secret name for your secret meeting with the governor.
The governor, right. I think I've kept him waiting long enough.
Oh yeah, now we got to pretend. Doesn't he fix? I do that. I think you do that. I think he fixes my blades. Maybe. Let's go find out. Test it. Yeah, it lets you again jump off edges. Oh, sign there. Yeah, it's quite nice. It gives you options with free run. It does feel better than it has been. And again, that's kind of like one of the things you want to be. Oh shit! That's kind of one of the things you want to feel real tight. Oh, I mean that was my fault, really. Genty, thing. No. Then vanish. Yep. Okay, next time, bitch. I need all the shanties.
What did you do that for?
Chill.
Buenos dias. Mr. Duncan Walpole of England to see the governor. I believe he is expecting me.
Sí, señor Walpole. Entre, por favor. ¿Ese es el hombre? ¿Cómo lo llamabas? ¿Asesino?
Sí, Duncan Walpole. Debería haber llegado hace muchos días.
Parece un hombre rudo. Le suponía un aspecto más respetable.
Llévame ese en alta mar. Sé indulgente.
Checking
con
it
él.
out.
No me gusta que los extranjeros se paseen por nuestra ciudad. No me fío de ellos.
Cállate. El gobernador tiene invitados. Todos franceses e ingleses.
It's the big booty Guantanamo mirrors. There probably are some. I can't remember.
Good morning, sir. Would I be correct in thinking you are Duncan Walpole?
I am indeed.
I thought as much. Woods Rogers. A pleasure.
The same.
I must say, my wife has a terrible eye for description.
I'm sorry?
My wife. You met her some years ago at the Percy's Masquerade Ball.
Ah, quite.
She called you devilishly handsome. Obviously a lie to stoke my jealousy. Julianne, our guest of honor has arrived, Mr. Duncan Walpole.
Ah. Julien Ducasse. I hope your conversion to our order is an honest one. I have no love for assassins, but even less for liars.
I have not come to disappoint.
Up for a bit of sport, Duncan? The old man isn't ready just yet.
Pull off a few shots if you like. Get a feel for it. You've got my two best pairs of matched pistols, Duncan, so handle them with care.
Oh, okay.
If I had 8, I'd treat each as my own son.
Right.
I once fought beside a man who carried 9 on his person.
We just blasted everything. Yeah, reload that shit, son.
Hindered his ability to swim, sadly.
Oh.
I have a friend in England you may like to meet, Julian. James Puckle. He's working on something extraordinary.
Us.
All right. Here's a simple challenge. Try to strike every target before this hourglass empties. Remember, hit every target within the allotted time.
Well, reload it.
Magnifique.
Excellent.
Oh, there.
A good hit.
Yeah, come on.
Wonderful. You're a
I know how to
crack
shoot a
shot,
gun in
Duncan.
these games. Come on
As
now.
good with a pistol as with your wrist blade, I imagine.
What guy's voice actor?
Duncan, where are your wrist blades? I've never seen an assassin so ill-equipped.
Damaged, sadly, beyond all repair.
Uh-huh. Have your choice.
Where did you find all these?
I did not find them. I took them. These are souvenirs. 2 blades, as is the custom, oui?
Custom, aye.
Duncan, will you indulge us with a demonstration of your techniques?
Well,
We must. We put together a training course in anticipation of your arrival. It would be a shame to leave here without seeing you in action.
How do I
Yes, of
select?
Well, I mean, if there is time, I would gladly, show you what I know.
Here.
Okay.
You see?
I don't know why I've got a special move.
Situations well suited to your skills.
Oh, yeah. What got to do for this one? Oh, the corner. Okay, yeah.
The The advantage of surprise cannot be overstated. God blind me, that's a clever trick.
What else do you want?
Quite ingenious to use bales of hay for cover, don't you? God, that's the
I don't know if you can fight with the blades in this game. Badly. I doubt they've re-added that. Who's next? Oh, wait. Oh. Huh?
Your aerial kills
Oh,
have
yeah,
a
yeah,
poetic beauty. Magnifique. Is it also possible to deliver a killing blow at high speed?
Sprinting. Okay, he wants a sprinting one.
Mon Dieu, such a powerful strike. Oh, splendid.
Fine work, Walpole.
The assassins have trained you well, Duncan.
Yeah, we just made it up on the spot, brilliant.
Time to leave them behind.
At great risk, I imagine. Betraying the assassins is never good for one's health.
Well, neither is drinking liquor, but I am drawn to its dangers all the same. And what is your business here, sir? Are you an associate of the governor's, or a pending acquaintance like myself?
Guns, blades, cannons, grenados. Anything that may kill a man, I am happy to provide.
A smuggler of sorts.
And how is your wife these days, Captain Rogers? Is she, here, in Havana?
I trust she's well, but I wouldn't know. I've been in Madagascar some 14 months hunting pirates. It took some work to dislodge the criminals there, but we managed it. In future, I hope to use these same tactics throughout the West Indies.
And how did you deal with their kind?
Very simply. Most pirates are as ignorant as apes. I merely offered them a choice. Pardon and return to England penniless, but free men.
I had to sneeze, and it hurts
Or
my
be
back a little
hanged
bit
by
when I
the
sneeze.
neck
Not
until
cold.
dead.
Oh. I imagine Nassau would be your next target.
Very astute, Duncan, indeed.
Best of luck with that.
Grandmaster Torres, Mr. Duncan Walpole has arrived.
See. You were expected 1 week ago.
Apologies, Governor. My ship was set upon by pirates. We were scuttled. I arrived only yesterday.
Unfortunate. Forgive my caution, but were you able to salvage from these pirates the items you promised me?
Yes, sir, I was.
Increíble. The assassins have more resources than I had imagined, but not nearly enough to deter us. It is a pleasure to meet you at last, Duncan. You are most welcome. Come, gentlemen. We have much to discuss. Convened at last, and in such continental company. England, France, Spain, citizens of sad and corrupted empires. But you are Templars now, the secret and true legislatures of the world. Please, hold out your hands. Mark and remember our purpose. To guide all wayward souls till they've reached the quiet road. To guide all wayward desire till impassioned hearts are cooled. To guide all wayward minds to safe and sober thought. By the Father of Understanding's light, let our work now begin. Decades ago, the Council entrusted me with the task of locating in these West Indies a forgotten place our precursors once called the Observatory. See here. Look upon these images and
Pickpocket?
commit them to memory. They tell a very old and important story.
Really?
For 2 decades now, I have endeavored to locate this observatory, a place rumored to contain a tool of incredible utility and power. It houses a kind of armillary sphere, if you like. A device that would grant us the power to locate and monitor every man and woman on Earth, whatever their location. Only imagine what it would mean to have such a power. With this device, there would be no secrets among men, no lies, no trickery. Only justice, pure justice. This is the observatory's promise, and we must take it for our own.
Do we know its whereabouts?
We will soon, for in our custody is the one man who does. A man named Roberts, once called a sage.
It has been 45 years since anyone has seen a true sage. Can you be sure this one is authentic?
We are confident he is.
The assassins will come for him.
Indeed they will. But thanks to Duncan and the information
Game wants to. It kind of did, didn't it? I wasn't sure, but like, fuck.
All will be made clear tomorrow, gentlemen, when you meet the sage for yourselves. Until then, let us drink. Let us find the observatory together. For with its power, kings will fall, clergy will cower, and the hearts and minds of the world will be ours.
Governor Torres requests your presence at the docks near the Castillo. First thing tomorrow morning.
Okay. You can access the store at any point. What, the real world store? Not the in-game store. Oh. My. God. Okay. I've seen enough.
I'd like to have a closer look at this strange diagram.
Let's finish this mission. Oh, you deserve it. It's giving me the prize because I've switched the console to Australia so that I can play the game before midnight here in the UK. Is why it's doing that. Help. It's down there. Ah!
You? Not again. Have you any room? I can pay.
What? And have another brawl wreck the place? Out with you!
Your loss, mate. I know where to find some privacy. And what he can't see won't trouble him. They've no room for a scoundrel like you either, eh? This could be the key to my fortune.
Yeah, they get fucking. They're not having a nice time with it. Okay, quest completed. We good. That is indeed true. It's ours. Right. Can we change our gear yet? Yeah, look. We've got stuff. Look, we've got over the top outfit. I don't want to wear this. I'm just looking at it. Wow. Okay, no hood on this. They were like, yeah, you got a hood. Unless you wear this. I love pre-order shit. Again, chat. We just did it so we could play early, not so we could get any of this. Yeah, I didn't have to buy at their prices. It just sometimes they just play. Which is nice. Oh. What's that? Oh, it's just... Oh, okay. I thought it was a collectible or something. That's no good. Oh, what's this? Guns?
What's on your mind then?
I doubt we can even get that much yet. Yeah, that basic shit. Oh, what? I want that. Clearly. Come on, you know we had to get the pirate cloak, son.
Done. Come on.
Again, I don't think this was in the original. I don't know how much. I don't know how much the game costs in Aussie bucks because, as I say, I bought it on the UK store.
Hello.
Good morning, Duncan. Just over here.
Edward? Hello, Edward. I found a man to purchase my remaining sugar. Huh? Quite a coup, I must say.
He just called you Edward.
Oh, that's the merchant who sailed me here. Out of caution, I gave him a false name.
Ah, well done.
We'll catch up on it later.
Very punctual, Duncan. This way. Here he is. A man both Templars and Assassins have sought for over a decade. I am told your surname is Roberts. Is this so? You recognize this, I think.
According to old tales, the blood of a sage is required to enter the observatory.
This will work for a little bit.
We have the key. Now we
But they are
need its
expensive, though,
location.
games there, I think.
Perhaps Mr. Roberts will be eager to provide it. Transfer him to my residence.
Such a fuss over one man. Is the observatory really such a grand prize?
Sí, sin duda. The observatory was a tool built by the precursor race. Its worth is without measure.
Precursor race? I see.
One of your early letters mentioned a desire to kill the Mayan mentor, Atabay. Were you able to carry out this contract before coming here?
I was not, no. Too many complications along the way.
A pity. But the maps you delivered with the vial will see that job finished.
Aye. That's the idea.
It's too quiet. I don't like this route, Torres. We're exposed.
Something is wrong. Stay close, Grandmaster.
I feel it too. Do not let them get their hands on the sage, at whatever cost.
Uh-oh.
Assassins!
Assassins! Many guard the sage! Proteger al sabio, vamos!
Well done. didn't do anything.
Tempête se lève. To the governor's residence, quickly. Watch the streets and alleys.
No, we
They
just
could
need
be
to check
anywhere.
it. Yeah, we'll hood up for this.
Assassin.
Don't kill me.
They're on the rooftop.
That's the wrong thing. Oh. Okay, good job we had heals right there. Bro is still alive. What? Oh. Okay, I don't remember quite all this killing assassins that much at the start. But fair enough, I kind of do. Because I do remember taking his place and he's defecting. But beyond this, oh. Okay. We didn't parry, dude.
Pay for that. My turn.
Here's another.
Oh, right. Come on, guys. Come on. Just trying to let give him a jump. Oh my god.
Not good enough.
Killed the guy that freed him, thanks for that. Yeah, double readiness really. Oh.
You're a nimble one, I'll give you that. Hang back and make
that
this
for the
easy
race,
on both of us, mate. Stop, or I'll kneecap you.
Is there no way out of this bowl? Ha! Nowhere to run. Have you ever been flayed, boy?
They could never catch me.
What's the power hit?
You'll have to do better than that.
They're like,
Surprise!
out.
Let me go! Not a chance. Got you.
Okay, kicks him in the head. Good. I guess that takes care of that.
Well done, lapdog.
Quiet.
We'll see him to the prisons, Grandmaster.
Double the watch.
Well, I'll be buggered. What an active day we've had, gents.
See, beset on all sides by our enemies, we must be more cautious.
I do wish I could remain to see our drama done, but I must avail myself of these winds and sail for England.
By all means, Captain, speed and fortune to you.
With luck, I'll return myself a governor. And with my idiot king's blessing, no less. Adios.
As for you, Mr. Walpole, I consider this the first payment in a long-term investment. Gracias.
Yeah, nice.
Obliged.
I would like you to be present for the interrogation tomorrow. Call around noon.
Yes, sir.
My big ups.
All that toil for this pittance. Jesus.
Bro is not even content with it. Oh. We could maybe have made it. Could have aimed it better. There's a vault and there's stuff. I don't think we can get the ship yet. Got to do more stuff here. I don't think we can go explore and all that, right? We've got to get his ship. I don't remember how you get that ship. That door. Right? Yeah. Yeah, you don't. Just. Yeah, we don't have it yet. Later. Right. Fuck's sake. As bad as it was just there, it's still aching. It's still fucking aching, chat. Anyway. That was fun, yeah, I like it. Looks pretty. Free running feels a lot nicer, which is nice. Nicer, which is nice, yeah, good. Redundancy, big ups. But yeah, it feels alright. Feels nice to play and that. So, I hope you all had a nice time. We're gonna raid this person. Yes, I don't remember the story that much. I don't remember it being bad though, but yeah, the exploration, all that, I remember being very cool. So yeah, I appreciate you all hanging out. As always, tomorrow probably, as always, same old, you know how it works. YouTube, Twitch, Kick. I'll see you all soon.